Good morning, everyone. I think we can start the session for today. Well, thank you, everyone, for coming here today. It really is an exciting day to be here for the 4th India-UK Healthcare Conference in 2022. I think it really is a really exciting time for India and UK relations overall, and in healthcare in particular. My name is Shankar Sikri, and I'm going to be sort of comparing the day today. But before I hand over to the speakers for the inaugural session, I've been asked to make a few housekeeping announcements. There is no fire alarm test scheduled today, so if there is a fire alarm, it is a real fire alarm, so please do go out in an orderly fashion through the exits on that upstairs or on the either side. And secondly, that the whole event is being live streamed on the High Commission of India's YouTube channel. So please don't move around too much while people are speaking, so as to not obstruct the cameras. So without further ado, I'd like to hand over to Dr. Catherine Edwards, the Registrar of the Royal College of Physicians, this wonderful venue where we're being hosted. Dr. Edwards, if you could please.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Royal College of Physicians to this 4th India-UK healthcare meeting, aimed at fostering collaboration between healthcare companies and communities in India and the UK. And it's my great pleasure to welcome you all here today in my capacity as the Registrar of the College. A particular welcome to the conference's distinguished guests today, the Honourable Minister for Health and Family Welfare, Mr. Mansukh Mandaviya, the Commissioner of India, Ghatree Issa Kumar, the Joint Secretary of the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Lav Agrawal, and to Professor Catherine Green of the Clinical Biomanufacturing Facility at the University of Oxford. Now, I realise that you have many other respected speakers and panellists in your excellent programme today, and I would like to welcome you all personally. As Registrar, I have the privilege to be responsible for the oversight of the RCP's global activities and international membership. India is a key relationship for the RCP, and we have 942 members of our 41,000-strong membership, putting India in the #1 spot for international members. And of course, if we add these to the large number of British Indian doctors working in the UK who are also members and fellows, membership numbers are unrivaled, and therefore the opportunity to contribute to the work of the RCP is also unrivaled. We have a long history of working closely with colleagues in India, exploring ways to best represent and support our Indian membership. And this has never been more so than in recent times. In 2020 and in early 2021, work was centred, understandably, on COVID-19. In 2020, RCP hosted a COVID-19 deep dive, which focused on India and was delivered with the help of our international advisors in India. In 2021, we worked with the UK-based South Asian Foundation and the India-based Association of Physicians of India to put a series of COVID webinars together to support colleagues working during the pandemic. Last year saw the appointment of 2 further international advisors, one based in Kerala and one based in Mumbai. And these added to our total of 5 international advisors in India, others in Chennai, Kolkata, and New Delhi. But it's not just membership numbers that count, it's membership engagement. And our latest engagement event here was hosted in March in Chennai by our VP Global, Mumtaz Patel. These events are very well attended and are a valued opportunity to connect the international community together. And I'm delighted to say we have a further event in Kerala next week. So I'd like now to turn to education and training, which is one of the key objectives for the RCP. I want particularly to highlight the very successful medical training initiative which is supported and facilitated by the college and produces a regular stream of Indian doctors into time-limited training posts in the UK. Posts are carefully vetted to ensure that they provide training and pay equivalents to a UK trainee, and visas are limited to a 2-year period, with the ethos of the scheme being to provide training that supports doctors returning to India at the end of the training programme. In terms of examinations, MRCP UK is still a very highly sought-after exam by doctors in India. The written parts of this examination are delivered at 34 locations in India, and there are 8 PACES centres. These are the centres that deliver the clinical part of the examination. And this is the most in any country outside of the UK. Separately to this, there's a highly successful internal medicine training scheme with approximately 160 trainees in India. And these trainees are based at accredited training sites. This programme, which has been supported by the Federation of all 3 Royal Colleges, has been running now for 3 or 4 years. And it produces MRCP examination pass rates consistent with those seen in candidates who are in UK training programmes. A great accolade, I think. So before I close, I'd like to mention a few existing successful partnerships between the RCP and Indian organisations. We have worked closely with BMJ India, offering an online diabetes course for general physicians since 2016. And we are now developing similar courses in renal medicine and rheumatology. Separately, we have been providing, with the Public Health Foundation of India, a certified course in cardiovascular disease and stroke. Another project commencing later this year, and very importantly, is a programme of palliative care training in the Chandigarh area for doctors and nurses from Jammu and the Kashmir regions. To deliver this, we've been working very closely with Paladin India and the India Association of Palliative Medicine. For the future, we intend to strengthen and grow existing partnerships with India and further develop local membership networks to support members and fellows of this college working in India but contributing actively to the global work of the RCP. So I hope this gives you some insight into the international activities and partnerships with India, which underpin our relationship with our Indian members and fellows, and that you enjoy today being part of this historic college and enjoy your conference. It remains for me to acknowledge all those that have supported this meeting: the High Commission of India, the Department of International Trade, the Federation of Indian Chambers and Commerce and Industry, the Confederation of Indian Industry, the British Association of Physicians of Indian Origin, Aurobindo Pharma and Wockhardt. Thank you for choosing to host your conference at the RCP, and I really hope that I'll get the opportunity to meet some of you personally over lunch and at the breakout sessions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Edwards. That was wonderful. If I could now invite the High Commissioner of India to the United Kingdom, Her Excellency Gayatri Surkumar, to say a few words.
Namaskar, good morning. Delighted to be here. Distinguished scientists, medical experts, specialists, healthcare professionals, Dr. Catherine Edwards, Registrar of the Royal College of Physicians, members of the Royal College of Physicians. Thank you so much, Dr. Edwards, for letting us use this venue. And this gives us an opportunity to meet and be among the members and the wonderful professionals who are collaborating with us, as you listed in so many projects. I also couldn't help wondering about the emblem. Is that the emblem of the Royal College? And because for us in India, pomegranate, the fruit, has tremendous medicinal properties. And so I wonder from which angle that's been chosen, that for its medicinal properties, or the fact that it signifies unity and a lot of people, together, making a whole, a very important whole. Anyway, it's great to be here. It's an honor for me to welcome this to you all to this meeting, and you all are distinguished practitioners and experts. This is the fourth India-UK Healthcare Conference being hosted by our High Commission. We will have the honor to bring you a video message from our Union Health Minister for Health and Family Welfare. I think we'll be having the video in a little while during the conference. This edition follows 3 extremely successful interactions hosted by us. Earlier, they were all in Birmingham. And we hope that with London, we start moving this conference around in the different regions. This 4th edition is expected to expand and continue the excellent work that's being done by us together and add to the fruitful outcomes of the previous 3 editions of this this kind of intensive engagement over a whole day. Our Consul General in Birmingham, Dr. Vikram Shashank, is here. He had hosted the 3rd. Before him, his predecessor had hosted the first ever. Both of them are doctors. So Shashank is himself a doctor by training, and he will, I'm sure, through the day share with us the outcomes of his conference and be the bridge between the previous work, the previous outcomes, and where we want to go next. And I must say that these 3 conferences, the first one was of course pre-COVID, but the other 2 have been held under very, very difficult circumstances despite the constraints and restrictions. I invite your attention to the post-event report that was brought out by the Consulate General of India in Birmingham in collaboration with the UK's Department of International Trade. So the importance of this conference is best explained by underlining the context in which it is being held. So one was what we've done before. But I must underline that it was in March 2020 that our 2 prime ministers spoke to each other. Of course, they were meeting virtually, and they identified some of the priorities, the common priorities of India and the UK for the bilateral agenda for initiatives and cooperation going forward. And obviously, healthcare was a central pillar, because that's when we were just learning about the possibility of a very, dangerous new virus becoming a pandemic. In March 2020, the predictions were that it might finish by April or May. And so anyway, the priorities were reflected in a roadmap that our governments launched. Our 2 prime ministers on May the 4th launched this roadmap. And I invite you to look at Chapter 5 of the roadmap, which contains 8 major paragraphs under the topic of healthcare, which include pandemic preparedness, AMR, non-communicable diseases, digital health, Ayurveda, and alternative medicines, and health worker mobility. Throughout my interactions with medical communities over the last 2 years across the regions of the UK, these are the subjects that always automatically just come up to the top, and we focus usually on these. It just shows that these are really on top of the minds of everybody who's thinking about where we are, where we should be going, and how we should be taking this cooperation forward. Healthcare was again underlined by our 2 prime ministers in the talks that they held on the 22nd of April, when the Right Honourable Prime Minister of the United Kingdom went to New Delhi. And the joint statement that our 2 prime ministers issued Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji and Honorable Prime Minister Boris Johnson. It reaffirms their commitment to pandemic preparedness, global clinical trials, and a new partnership on antimicrobial resistance, digital health, and associated technologies, and convening of a ministerial dialogue on health and life sciences in this year itself. We are looking forward to the visit of the Honorable Health Minister, Mr. Sajid Javid, to India. And again, his visit has been postponed a few times because of the COVID, here or in India. And so we're looking forward to that happening soon. I also wanted to emphasize that it's only natural that India and the UK should build on their complementary strengths in this sector, the healthcare sector. We have proven together in the worst moments of the COVID crisis that our two countries are really part of the solutions, not only for ourselves, India and the UK, but also we have been able to bring the outcome of our work to nations, the most vulnerable populations across the world. And in this context, it's such a privilege to have among us Dr. Catherine Green, whose perseverance and efforts in the Oxford AstraZeneca team contributed to the development of the vaccine that Serum Institute of India and Wockhardt have been manufacturing since then, contributing to a major part of the vaccine rollout in the UK and across the world. So in this sector, it's absolutely appropriate to say that our strengths are synergistic. UK's expertise in biotech innovation, healthcare services and infrastructure provision, healthcare education is complementary to India's capabilities in drug and vaccine production, in contract manufacturing and medical training, as well as our fast-growing ecosystem of technology startups. For today's discussions, our High Commission has prioritized the most urgent themes, such as lessons learned, cooperation between scientists in research and innovation, joint initiatives by governments, private companies, and healthcare professionals to build modern infrastructure systems and collaborate on regulation and delivery of next-generation healthcare. And this is one of the themes that is absolutely closest to the heart of our Honorable Prime Minister, who's bringing about innovative ways of governance, innovative ways of organizing in a very systematic way the healthcare sector in our country and delivering it to the maximum possible in the Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3 cities, in the rural regions. So we really think that it is most important to really see what are the best practices and how other nations do it well. And I can't think of a better example than the NHS, of which a huge population is the Indian origin population. We have also included in the agenda for today discussions on sharing the ancient science of Ayurveda with interested scientists and researchers here in the UK. I was often asked when I was ambassador of India to the European Union what I was doing to address the lack of recognition of Ayurveda and the constraints faced by us in bringing Ayurveda to Europe. And not surprisingly, my automatic reaction has always been that with or without the recognition of Ayurveda by others, it's there. It's our ancient science. It's practiced widely and successfully all over India. It will be there anyway for those who want to avail of treatment or learn more about it. And I'm happy to say that there are many who go from Europe, who go there to just learn on site how we practice and how we deliver Ayurveda. And our High Commission is always open to engaging with our host government and institutions over here who are interested in learning about our ancient diagnostics and medicines. So while preserving our ancient science, we seek to breach the frontiers of today's knowledge and technology and put it to the best possible use, again, not only for ourselves, but also for mankind. Our plenary sessions today will cover all these themes. India has also earned recognition as a pharmacy to the world, and we are very satisfied that we can bring good quality drugs at affordable costs to those who would otherwise not have had access to these. A significant part of our startup population is focused on healthcare and increasingly investing in R&D and innovation and facilities that serve as incubators for commercialization of their innovations and their discoveries. In this context, I'd like to mention that I'd learned recently of the White City created by the Imperial College of London, which could be an excellent model to be emulated by governments and institutions in India and in other parts of the world. Many Indian and British companies are leaders in digital health, genomics, artificial intelligence, and robotics. So here again, we can, as natural partners, pool our efforts to bring affordable, adaptable, and accessible technologies to all. I think in our part of the world, these three are the most important objectives: affordable, accessible, and adaptable to our specific region and our requirements. So I take this opportunity to say how happy I am that we have with us some of those who have taken leadership in their respective fields, which are relevant to today's theme. As I mentioned, Professor Catherine Green. We will be joined, I understand, by Mrs. Kiran Majumdar-Shaw, who is India's foremost, the founder of India's foremost biotechnology company that develops affordable biosimilars and other life-saving products, including the COVID vaccine. Professor Mala Rao is here, and you all know her. Professor Prokar Dasgupta, chair of the Robotic Surgery Department in the King's College, who was recently awarded the Padma Shri, one of India's highest civilian awards. So we're greatly enthused by their presence, and I'd like to personally thank each one of them for being with us today and for enriching the deliberations. Each one of you, I'm sure, is going to make a contribution. I'm particularly proud of my young colleague, Rohit Vadvana. I think he is somewhere there, who has taken a number of initiatives over the last 2 years to connect the various constituent elements of the healthcare sectors on both sides. And I've always heard the name of Dr. Ramesh Patel. We've interacted virtually. He's of BAPIO. Whether it is, here you are. Whether it is, our work on the Delta, on sending in oxygen as emergency donations at the time of the Delta virus, or just getting connected with the BAPIO. It's always been such a pleasure to connect with BAPIO, and I congratulate you for the wonderful contribution that you make here in the UK. And so I really also, in this context, I would like to congratulate all those who are part of the Living Bridge, who not only contribute to the regular efforts of the NHS, but also the outstanding relief and work that you did at the time of the COVID crisis in the UK and back in India. So with these words, I'm keenly looking forward to the discussions and the outcomes. We hope to package it all into an excellent report, which should then, be presented to our governments to say, what we would like to do, where we think we should be going. And let's hope, that encourages further work in that direction. And that should really, achieve our objective of taking our cooperation in the healthcare sector each time to a new level. And with these words, I once again welcome you all and wish you a very fruitful and a satisfying day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, High Commissioner Kumar. That was wonderful. I'd now like to invite Professor Catherine Green to say a few words. I think High Commissioner Kumar has already given an introduction, and I don't think there's anybody in this room who doesn't know who she is, but for those of you who don't, I think there are millions of people who are alive because of her work, so thank you to her. And she is, of course, head of Nuffield Department of Medicine's Clinical Biomanufacturing Facility and Associate Professor at the Wellcome Centre for Human Genetics at the University of Oxford.
Hello, and thank you very much, High Commissioner, for your kind words, and to the organisers for inviting me. It is always extremely nerve-wracking as a biomedical scientist to stand in front of a room of physicians, but I will try my best to not let the science side down. It's an honour to be here today to represent the team from Oxford who came together collaboratively at the beginning of 2020 to deliver the Oxford AstraZeneca COVID vaccine. But I actually wanted to take a step back from that project, because obviously here today speaking about India-UK healthcare collaborations, the story of collaboration between Oxford and Indian pharmacy goes back a lot further than that. We have a long-standing relationship with Serum Institute India, which goes back to a story that I thought I'd tell you briefly about malaria. So obviously malaria is one of the diseases that we took our foot off the brakes a bit with during the COVID pandemic, and 600,000 people died in 2021 of malaria, most of them children under the age of 5. There is a licensed vaccine for malaria, as you probably know, RTSS, but it is of good but limited efficacy, and delivery globally isn't what it could be. So back in 2015, Professor Adrian Hill, who is head of the Jenner Institute at the University of Oxford, started developing an alternative or a vaccine that can be used in conjunction with delivery of RTSS globally. Obviously, as with all diseases, the more vaccines you have against them, the better you can deliver globally. So having more than one malaria vaccine would certainly be a good thing. So in his lab for 20 years, Adrian's been trying to identify a vaccine against malaria that would be effective. And in 2015, we started the manufacturing of that in my facility at the University of Oxford. That was a hard project for us. It's a difficult vaccine to make. But we succeeded and ran phase 1 trials in Oxford during 2016, 2017 with good safety results. We then transferred that technology to Serum Institute India during the course of 2018, 2019, and they now have the license for that. Last year, Adrian's group reported efficacy results of phase 2B in Burkina Faso with a 77% efficacy in young people in malaria endemic regions. So that's the first malaria vaccine that reaches the WHO threshold for efficacy for a malaria vaccine. So going forward, SII will be the deliverer of that vaccine to the world, and that's the history from which the strong collaboration between Oxford and Serum Institute India was founded when it came to the need to rapidly deploy COVID vaccine manufacture for the world. So the story of the Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine is one which has been told many times. It was a challenging year, of course, for all of us, and we mustn't forget that COVID, of course, has not gone away for many, many parts of the world. We have more than 500 million confirmed cases, more than probably 10 million dead since the beginning of the pandemic, and much of Africa remains relatively poorly vaccinated across its populations. But AstraZeneca has delivered now nearly 3 billion doses of the Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine, 2/3 of them to low middle income countries, more than 500,000 into the COVAX scheme, and the vast majority of that supply was manufactured by Serum Institute India after a very rapid but very efficient tech transfer process, because the guys at Serum Institute were extraordinarily proactive in us getting the technology that they needed to make a completely new modality of vaccine at extremely high quality in very good time. And that relationship will remain strong between Oxford and Serum. We have a large donation from the Poonwalla family coming to support an Institute of Vaccinology at the University of Oxford in the coming years, and I really, really look forward to strengthening that partnership. We have multiple other vaccine programmes founded by the Coalition for Epidemic Preparedness Innovation, CEPI, which will also route through to SII for manufacturing. So as far as I'm concerned, for us in Oxford, the UK-India partnership is thriving. there is much more that we will be able to do going forward, whether that's sharing of technology, sharing of resources, sharing of training programs, and bilateral sharing of ideas that can transform medicine. We are really at a threshold of innovative medicines now becoming available to the public, but many of them are very expensive. And I think that some creative thinking about how we can provide some of the more complex biologics medicines to a more global audience will be something that the academic endeavour will be really trying to achieve in the coming years. So it's very nice to be here today to contribute and to participate in your conversations, and I very much thank the organisers and look forward to listening to the conversation.
Thank you very much, Professor Green. That was very insightful. We now have a video message from Kiran Majumdar-Shaw, who, as the High Commission mentioned, is a global pioneer in the biotech universe, not just in India, but globally. She is the executive chairperson of Biocon. So if we could play that message.
Thank you for inviting me to participate in this India-UK Healthcare Conference. And I'd like to start by saying that there is a compelling and natural affinity for both UK and India to collaborate when it comes to research and innovation. In fact, this is a very important inflection point for both nations when it comes to collaborative R&D, especially in a post-pandemic world and in a post-Brexit world. I think we have a unique opportunity to bring about regulatory harmonization between MHRA and CDSCO when it comes to frontier medicines and frontier technologies. For example, cell and gene therapies, medical devices, and many, many other cutting-edge areas where there is an urgent need to leverage the power of AI and other digital interventions to accelerate and abbreviate pathways provides the ideal opportunity for both regulatory systems to harmonize and develop both accelerated and abbreviated pathways for these cutting-edge areas. I also believe that India's medical and clinical ecosystem is finally delivering on its promise of research and innovation. And the pandemic was a great example of that, where a number of vaccines were developed using this particular ecosystem. And I, for one, believe that leveraging India's very vast and deep clinical ecosystem, as well as the two countries' research and innovation ecosystems, allows to develop new therapies, new medical devices, new diagnostics, and everything that innovation has to offer in a very synergistic manner. I, for one, also believe that digital technologies are now embedded in biosciences, and that's where India can provide a huge collaborative support in terms of data science, data analytics, AI, and computational analytics. I therefore believe that it would be great to come out with a white paper at the end of this summit to explore the various avenues in which there can be partnership and collaborations at the academic level, at the startup level, at the industry level, and of course at the regulatory level. So I do wish this conference all success. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Dr. Shaw for that message. We'd now like to invite Professor Mala Rao, who is a Senior Clinical Fellow in the Department of Primary Care and Public Health at Imperial College London, to say a few words. Professor Rao.
Your Excellency, distinguished colleagues, friends, it's such a privilege to be here talking to you about the thing that I care about deeply, which is primary care development. So it's at the other end, or if you like, the other bit of the balance between vaccine development and digital technology, but also getting right the health systems and the workforce in order that those amazing technologies are actually delivered to the right people at the right time. It's also a bit of a test of my memory, as I was told only this morning that I wasn't allowed any slides, so bear with me while I look down my phone to just remind myself of what I want to say in the next few minutes. Primary care development is recognized very well as a priority for health in India. It's widely recognized that stronger primary health care is essential not only to achieving the healthcare SDG, the Sustainable Development Goal 3, but also the goals on poverty, hunger, education, gender equality, clean water and sanitation, work and economic progress, and indeed reducing inequality and contributing to climate action, which is an extremely important aspect of health development in the future. We were all hugely excited when the 2017 National Health Policy was published, because it actually highlighted that India intended to put more than 2/3 of its health resources into primary health care development. 150,000 health and wellness centers were intended to be developed as the main points of contact for communities in the public health system. There was going to be comprehensive health care, and these health and wellness centers were going to look after about 70% of outpatient care, which included the management of all non-communicable diseases, maternal and child health, free essential drugs, basic diagnostic tests, and referral to higher tiers of care where that was required. So the aim was that this would be the flagship initiative and the platform for Ayushman Bharat, which is the Universal Health Coverage Program, and include the health insurance component, the Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana, the PMJ. Now, the benefits of a primary care-based health system are proved. They're proved from decades of research conducted around the world, both in developing and the developed countries. They achieve better health outcomes at lower cost, lower infant mortality, higher life expectancy, greater patient satisfaction, better self-perceived health status, reduced utilization of emergency departments and indeed all departments in hospitals, greater health equity, access and social justice, and indeed healthier populations and greater cost effectiveness. It's so effective, in fact, that in countries like Brazil, where one region has done comprehensive primary care and the other hasn't, you have begun to find, researchers have begun to document regional differences. Now, we here bring even deeper understanding of the importance of primary care, because I had the good fortune, the privilege of leading what I believe was the biggest health financing innovation impact evaluation in India roughly 8 years ago. Now, what we discovered as a team was that out-of-pocket expenditure does decrease if you put money into secondary care, but you need a strong platform of primary care if you want to improve access to the poorest of the poor, the most marginalized people. If you want to educate people about their entitlements, these very marginalized people do not understand their entitlements. You need a friendly PHC to do that. Help them navigate through the bewildering complexity of hospital care. Even we literate people have difficulty, don't we, in doing that, and making universal health coverage affordable. And, you know, because I've been banging on about this long enough, when I go to India and speak about it, very senior system leaders say, well, you talk about comprehensive primary care. What do you mean, Mala? And the pundits on the subject have already defined what it is. It's a fast, friendly, trustworthy neighborhood contact for care if somebody needs health problems sorted. It's whole person focused, so it's somewhere you can take an eye problem and a foot problem too. Ongoing care over time for people who've got diabetes and problems such as that. Referring to hospital only that which absolutely needs to be referred to hospital. It can coordinate care if you have multiple needs and address the social determinants of health, which is so important for vector-borne disease and so on, for example. So have these requirements been met across the health and wellness centres? So in preparing for today, I checked, well, perhaps it has been done across the 150,000 health and wellness centres. But I came across two, indeed a whole host of papers written actually in 2020 and 2021, which suggests that the shift from vertical disease programs to the comprehensive care I'm suggesting, and which is offered in Britain through our general practices and community care, hasn't quite happened. And that another paper talks about 2 Indias, where some states are beginning to achieve that, but other states are being left very, very far behind indeed. So what am I advocating? An India Imperial College, and thank you, Your Excellency, for mentioning some of the things going on in my own institution. So an India Imperial College London BAPIO collaboration could absolutely help achieve that, and it could be done very, very quickly. We have experience of co-designing and piloting new comprehensive models of primary care. Admittedly, this happened in Kerala, which often people say, oh, well, it's different. But things that happen there can happen anywhere. It can happen in Uttar Pradesh. It can happen in Bihar. I absolutely promise you that that can be done. And the sorts of methods we've used to co-design and co-develop these pilots were work-based multi-professional training. So we didn't take workers out of their primary health centres. Using existing staff and testing out what existing staff could do, not suggesting that you'll never be able to achieve this unless you have 1.2 highly qualified PhD and MBBS doctors. We introduced digital records, and with the IT might in India, this is absolutely possible. Bring in a small essential medicines list, basic diagnostic tests, set up standardized, contextualized guidelines and care pathways for diseases which are pertinent to each state. Bring in the panchayats to help with health promotion. They were so hungry and keen to help with that. And I'm absolutely thrilled that that pilot has now been refined and extended to the whole state, as I understand it. And all states can achieve this. So the benefits of collaboration are more testing of new technologies, which COVID has brought forward in such an accelerated way. India's success with community workers and panchayats, I think there's a lesson to be learned in England from that, and past public health ministers have commented on it from the UK. Imperial College London's excellence in primary care development, capacity building, research, in the UK and globally. And today is a happy day for us because we've just come up, we've been ranked first in the research excellence framework for our global impact in terms of research. And BAPIO's membership, whether they are psychiatrists who can help with mental health guidelines, or pediatricians like Ramesh Bhai here who can help with pediatric guidelines, or indeed GPs hungry to help with anything that could benefit their country of origin. So we, Your Excellency, would relish the opportunity to work with states across India, develop pilots, demonstrate what can be done in both India and the UK. The Academy of Family Physicians of India and its booming membership suggests that primary health centre doctors, nurses, multipurpose workers in every state are hungry to learn how to do more and to do things better. I wasn't aware that there would be a DFID-funded assessment of our pilot, which took place 15 months after we had left. And I was absolutely thrilled to bits to see that this objective assessment, third-party assessment, ended with the line, "This pilot has provided a road ahead for others to follow." We're here to help Your Excellency. My plea and my question is the Government of India ready to start us and lead us on that journey? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Rao. Well, that concludes our inaugural session. I'd like to thank all the speakers very much again. I think that was a very informative and session. We now move into our first plenary session, which is focused on driving research and innovation. So please don't go anywhere. I'll be chairing the session myself, and I'd like to invite the panelists for that session to come down. So you have Professor Green, Ravi Limaye from Wockhardt, UK, Professor Prashant Jha, and Professor Shahid Jamil. Great. Well, thank you. Well, good morning again, everyone. I am obviously so delighted and honored, of course, to be conferring the whole day, but I'm particularly excited to be, moderating this panel because it is a subject very close to my heart. And I'll introduce the speakers in a second. But it's a subject very close to my heart because I truly do believe that if a country's scientific prowess is to grow, research and innovation has to be at the very core of that, and having a vibrant research ecosystem is essential with interlinkages between different countries, for example, India and the UK. And I think, obviously, the last 2 years with the pandemic have demonstrated that so amply, because without the ability of excellent scientists like Professor Green to leverage that ecosystem, to have the funding, the virus would have had a much more devastating impact than it has done already. And I think it is a matter of great, great pride for everybody in this room and around the world that both India and the UK have had scientists and companies and, of course, the governments who have played a key role in not only dealing with COVID within the respective countries, but also showing the world a path to how to deal with COVID. And you've had, obviously on the vaccine side, you've had the AstraZeneca vaccine, but in India you've also had other very innovative vaccines. You've had Covaxin from Bharat Biotech, you've had Cobivax, and you've also had Zycov-D from Cadila. So there's a lot of innovation happening, and I think that's very exciting. And as the High Commissioner mentioned, India and the UK are really natural partners. There is a lot of synergies between the two countries. The UK, of course, as it adapts to a world post-Brexit, has identified R&D as a key focus area and has said that it wants to invest record amounts to make sure that the UK is a destination of choice for researchers from around the world, which is great. And I think a lot of the researchers will come from India because India has so many talented scientists. And I think if you can expand that living bridge to include flow of science back and forth, I think that would be wonderful, not only for the two countries, but for the world. And of course, as the High Commissioner said, India is, probably soon going to be, it's already the third largest ecosystem of startups in the world, and that'll probably expand even further as the years go by. So it is a very exciting time. But I'll stop there. But like I said, I'm thrilled to have such an esteemed panel here. So we obviously have Professor Green, who I introduced earlier on. We're delighted to have her here. We have Professor Prashant Jha, who is head of Affordable Medical Technologies at King's College London. He is an editor, inventor, and entrepreneur, and he's trained in a lot of different fields: medicine, bioengineering, product design, computer science, strategy, and innovation management. So he's, I think, the most qualified person at this table. And he serves as the Professor of Health Innovations in the Faculty of Life Sciences and Medicine at King's College. We have Professor Shahid Jamil, who is the Sultan Qaboos bin Said Fellow, a research fellow at Green Templeton College in Oxford. He is the principal investigator for the Center's project on public science and technology in Muslim societies. He's got a background of extensive research in hepatitis E and HIV, and he was previously chair of the scientific advisory group for the Indian SARS Genomic Consortium, which was started in January to May 2021. And he's also previously been the CEO of Wellcome Trust, DBT India Alliance, the director of the Trivedi School of Bioscience at Ashoka University and head of virology at the International Center for Genetic Engineering and Biotechnology. And then last but certainly not the least, we have Ravi Limaye, who is the managing director of Wockhardt UK, which is one of India's leading pharmaceutical companies and has obviously played a critical role in the manufacturing of vaccines for the UK, in the UK. And he provides leadership for the overall business for CP Pharmaceuticals and Wockhardt UK in this region. So without further ado, I'd like to invite, starting off, Professor Green to say a few words on the topic of the panel.
Yeah, thank you again, and it's very nice to meet the panel members who we have met briefly over Zoom, as you do these days. It's been a strange couple of years, hasn't it? But I think the mission of my team remains the same as it was in 2018 when I started this job. There's a huge amount of innovation in the healthcare sector in UK academic institutions, and our mission is to translate some of those into real-world medicines and to be able to perform first-in-man human trials. So the route from ideas inside an academic's head to a clinically usable medicine is a long one, and it has its challenges to be able to deliver medicines, particularly in the complex space of biologics medicines, which is where my team mostly work. But I think this is the time now to be tackling those challenges. The technologies that are available to us to translate innovative ideas from the laboratory into the real world really are coming on in leaps and bounds with platform technologies, with mRNA technology, with, of course, our viral vectored backbones. And that will enable us, I think, to tackle some of the diseases that really have not yet been tackled, whether that's HIV, whether that's antimicrobial resistant gonorrhea, whether that's other outbreak pathogens. But to do that, we will need to maintain these levels of collaboration and cooperation between academics, between industry, with funding from governments and from non-governmental organisations, and the necessary regulatory space, and to be able to connect. I think that was a really important point which was made earlier, that to be able to connect the regulatory environments of our two countries will be able to transform how we go through clinical trials and eventually to licensure for some new medicines. So us at the University of Oxford are really trying to find our way in this modern world, how to get innovative biological complex medicines to the public, and these kind of environments where we can talk about who are the best collaborations and teamworks to deliver on some of those goals. I look forward to a lot of conversation today about that. It's a challenging space, but one I think we can all rise to.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Professor Green. Next, ask Professor Jamil to say a few words.
All right. Am I audible? Great. Well, thank you very much, and I'm very pleased to be here, and thank the High Commission for the invitation. COVID has been a real lesson. We have overall done well in terms of being very open access to information, open access to technology. We have not done as well on making vaccines accessible to everyone in the world. So certainly something to learn from. I was asked to speak on public health issues. Public health, and first of all, a partnership is always a two-way process. So let's keep that in mind. Public health has some fundamentals. The first is to prevent. And you prevent by detecting early, by communicating properly, and communication means both language and content, especially for a country such as India, and available local health care, which has the capacity to detect and communicate both. So that's important. As far as treatment is concerned, it was already outlined the treatment is at the primary, secondary, and tertiary levels, and their capacity building is important. What COVID has taught us is digital tech, which was, especially telemedicine, which was for a long time, on the sidelines, came on the front lines. a report in the Science Wire this morning said that 19 states in India have more doctors than needed. The trouble is that they're not present where they're supposed to be present. So that's a gap, and we need to learn how to fill it. The ASHA workers have done a wonderful job in managing the pandemic, besides all the other work that they do with mother and child health in villages. The third aspect would be, for treatment, another aspect would be drugs, and I think Mr. Lema is going to talk about it, so I won't. Just to say that in India, the generic pharma industry is extremely strong. Paxlovid is a good model, the Pfizer drug for COVID. At least a dozen Indian companies, possibly more, have now received arrangements to manufacture this. And we can flood the market. And we can flood the market that is affordable for everyone. So I think that's a great example of a partnership. Another R&D partnership is on antimicrobial resistance, which is very important for India, very important for the world. The Academy of Medical Sciences, UK, through the Yusuf Hamid Foundation, has professorships going both ways. We need to strengthen that. Detect. For detection, it's important to detect early, to detect quickly, and to detect with high sensitivity. And of course, we've all seen these genetic variants coming up, so sequencing becomes important. And when you talk about sequencing, India has a lot of manpower and capacity to do it. What we need is innovation in reagents and technology. All reagents are imported today, and that causes delays. So local manufacturing of reagents is very important. Oxford Nanopore, which is a startup from Oxford University, has done very well in India, especially in the non-formal areas where sequencing is done. And I think there may be some opportunities there. Screening approaches, technology, and certainly what UKHSA has done in terms of screening is formidable, and we can learn from it. Finally, I would emphasize that we need to learn how to manage ecology and environment. Because unless we do that, viruses are going to keep jumping from wildlife into domestic animals and into humans. And this is something that has come on the forefront, but we're not so serious about it. Early detection at high capacity, environmental surveillance all becomes extremely important. So let me finally say that I think what India needs today is a strong CDC-like structure. And there is a lot to learn from international partners. Our current system, unfortunately, is weak, both in terms of its training, its power, and its ability to do things, both politically and in the field. We need one central authority that will guide all of this, and not 4 ministries that deal with humans, environments, and animals differently. So I'll close. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Jamil. That was, I think, you made some very valid points there, and look forward to discussing later. Now, like Professor Jha, just moving down the table to say a few words, particularly from a medical device point of view, and also from an affordable health point of view.
Thank you. So good morning, all of you, and thank you for having me here. If I have to say what I do, I design products which patients and physicians love to use. And I would add to what Her Excellency said, that they are not only affordable, adaptable, accessible, but they are also affable, which means people love the things I design. And I've been working on both sides. Before coming to King's, I was at All India Institute of Medical Sciences and IIT Delhi. And with my colleagues there and here, I've put 6 medical devices in global market. And I've learned a lot. I'm a very angry and frustrated man when it comes to a few things. And I was told that I can't use slides. Otherwise, I'm sure you would have loved seeing the products that I made with my team. I put down a list of 2 things which can go both ways, 2 things that UK can gift India and India can gift UK. One is regulatory clarity in medical devices. I have had products for which Telangana would say it's class 3, which is extremely complex medical device. Uttar Pradesh would say it's class 2B, and they won't agree with each other. Can we please just adopt a homogeneous system and stop introducing laws one after another and stop confusing us? That's one. I think that's something UK can gift India. And I think people have talked about harmonization, and that's very important. The second, I believe, is trial framework for new technologies. There are a lot of people with a lot of ideas. How to convince the world that it works at times ranges from, I did some experiment in my lab and I have a quality certificate, to I ran a pilot with 5 doctors and I'm good enough. And the data is not shared. I think one of the things UK can share with India is a good practice on data transparency, which will just build trust in new innovations. What India can give to UK, I think, is the frugal mindset, which is an amazing thing that we have. We are extremely value conscious and cost conscious. And I used to be for nearly a decade with the BMJ. And when the NHS turned 70, which was a couple of years ago, the cover of the BMJ was a piggy bank with NHS written on it, and NHS is running short of money. I keep asking that, if you are from a rich country, do you have enough money to deal with your healthcare? And I never get yes as an answer. So everyone is poor in their own way. And I think that's why value-driven innovations, which I think Indians are fantastic at cutting costs, without, of course, cutting quality, is something India can give to UK. And I think another thing here, because at King's, other than working on medical devices, we have a London Center for Value-Driven Healthcare with an AI center. And India can help put big in big data, because if you look at numbers on which you can train algorithms, it's just mind-boggling. A trial that you can think of running in UK for a few years can be done in a few months in India just because of the sheer size. And more importantly, I think it's a democratic, transparent country where you can have these partnerships, and you're not inside an iron cage or a data island. So that's very, very important. And when such algorithms of tomorrow for diagnosis and even management are being trained, it is important that it is trained on a diverse population. India is one of the most genomically diverse, I'm sorry if I'm making a wrong one, but a genomically diverse population. And if some things are tested there, you won't have scandals like we had in NHS during COVID, where the pulse oximeters won't work very well here in this country on people with colored skin. So that's very nice. And I see that engineers, doctors, scientists, designers, manufacturers, industrialists can actually build a superhighway of people and ideas, and that's extremely important. And I think I'll use the last sentence as a pitch for what we do at King's. At King's and St. Thomas's, with support from the UK government, with a £16 million grant, we are building the Europe's largest, one pit stop where somebody can come from a problem from the bedside and take it to the boardroom by having a mini manufacturing facility, having a VC fund in place, having the top 5 medtech companies of the world being co-located there, and an in situ trial facility inside NHS Foundation Trust. And I need all of you to join hands. So if anyone wants to help, support, benefit, please reach out. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. I think you raised some very valid and pertinent, practical points about what the two countries can contribute to each other. I'd now like to invite Mr. Limaye to say a few words from the farmer perspective.
Morning to all of you, and I would like to thank the Indian High Commission and Your Excellency for inviting me this morning. I represent the pharmaceutical industry, and I've been working in this industry for over 30 years now. And research and innovation is really the key in the pharma industry. To set the context of what I'm saying, pharma industry contributes about 52% or around 52% approximately of its EBITDA, which is nothing but profits, to research and innovation or to research and development. This is by far the highest in any industry you go around. The next highest number is 40% in automobile and IT industry. So you can imagine the difference. And we are talking of $180 billion spent annually in research and development. And we are talking of probability of success of about 4%. So you can imagine the stakes involved in R&D and what returns you get in terms of probability of success. So clearly, this is a high-stake game, not only in terms of both money involved, but also the time that it takes. It takes about anywhere between 10 to 14 years to get a new medical entity to the patients. So really a high-stake, high-investment, long gestation game, and where I would say success is really stretched. So against this backdrop, what we are seeing today is the innovation cycles are accelerating. There is immense pressure on the industry to continuously keep on innovating. And also the therapy areas that are relevant today are very different from what they used to be a few years back. Just to give an example, immuno-oncology, for example, today is a mainstream therapy area. It was almost negligible, say maybe 30, 40 years back. Yeah. Today's pharma industry also includes a plethora of new technologies. Just to mention a few, cell and gene therapies, peptides, proteins, and so on. So in a very challenging environment, I think the key to success is understanding the challenges that are really barriers to success in R&D. And then identifying ingredients in your strategy which can make you successful. Some of the other trends that we are seeing today in the pharma industry is that startups are really developing very rapidly, scaling innovations at a much faster pace than what we are used to seeing with big pharma. And they're really threatening to upset the established models. If you take COVID as an example, almost all successful vaccines in COVID have an element of startup. Okay? You take Pfizer, BioNTech is a startup. You take Moderna is completely a startup. You take even the Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine, there is an element of startup there because there is a startup offshoot of Oxford University which was involved there. And why is this happening? Because the industry is realizing through several such examples that it is important to encourage diversification for acceleration of innovation in the pharma industry. And startups bring that diversification. They bring that speed. Furthermore, very closely linked to startups is the role of VC funds. And most of these startups, it is obvious, are funded by VCs. If you look at US and to an extent UK, you'll find many VC funds investing billions of dollars in pharma R&D. It used to be something like $4 billion some 15 years back. Today it is anywhere between $16 to $20 billion a year. And VCs are really changing the landscape at a very fast pace. Again, to give an example of COVID, Moderna is a VC-funded company. It is owned by a VC fund. And you know what it has done in the field of COVID vaccines. Now, where does the role of India come, and how can India and UK collaborate? If you see the development of new medicine and the cost involved, about 30% comes in preclinical development, about 60% is clinical development, and the rest in regulatory. That 60%, which comes in clinical development, is where probably India can play a major role. We have a large patient pool in India. We have qualified clinical research scientists. We have a good education ecosystem. Some of the academia in India are world-class. And I think India can play a very, very important role to bring in that important cost arbitrage in the most expensive part of pharma R&D. In this context, also very important, and I'm now talking about big pharma, it is very important that big pharma creates external centers of excellence in drug discovery. And some pharmaceutical companies like GSK, where I worked for a long time, has embedded this model for a long time. And where they actively engage with companies outside their own company and really work together to create cutting-edge innovation. Another very important area where India can play a role, and Professor Jha mentioned about it briefly, I think that is bioinformatics. Today's R&D requires dealing with loads and loads of data. And India has strengths in IT, strengths in cutting-edge data analytics. I think India can play a very important role in drug discovery together with the developed world, like the UK or US, in bringing new products to patients quickly. There are certain barriers which I think we must be upfront about in India. One is, I think, we need to strengthen the IP environment even more. It is improving as compared to what it used to be some 20, 25 years back, but I think it needs to improve even more. India needs to bring a culture of innovation. Just to give an example, China has about 15 times more pipeline, innovative pipeline as compared to India. So we have some ground to cover. And finally, also India needs to be more consistent in its pricing policies in pharma. I think sometimes we tend to be very volatile in our pricing policies. One of the greatest strengths of UK, I would say, is its very strong academia. And I think that can play a very important role in bringing that strength into India to encourage R&D. I think, as I said, R&D is a high-stake game, and collaboration and coming together of various stakeholders is the key. Alliances is the key. And COVID has shown us that. Why the world has been successful in managing this pandemic in quick time, I think 2 years is a reasonably quick time, is because of the alliance that we saw all over, whether it was government, academia, industry, public, healthcare providers, so on and so forth. And I think that mindset is very critical for a successful R&D. And finally, I spoke a lot about high stakes, and I spoke about a lot of financial numbers. And we often tend to make a mistake in the pharma industry, and I'm one of the culprits for that. We talk of billions of dollars when it comes to successful R&D. We talk of billions of dollars made out of a drug. Blockbuster drug is a $1 billion drug. Minimum $1 billion is considered a benchmark for blockbuster drug. I think it is important to understand it is not only about $1 billion, but about how many patients you reach. And I think coming to think of it, the industry should be much more satisfied if they reach billion patients rather than talk of $1 billion. I think access is the key. We are seeing that today in COVID vaccines. Africa is a glaring example with the world getting vaccinated at about 60, 70%, Africa is just at about 10%. And it's not only the question of access in Africa, there's also a question of infrastructure. But I think there has to be a change in mindset. I would rather be more satisfied as a professional if the industry talks about billion patients rather than $1 billion when it comes to R&D. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I thought that was a wonderful synopsis of all the issues with R&D in India. I think that you really covered all the pertinent points. I think you've taken all my questions from me. But no, that was wonderful. So I think we have another 15, 20 minutes left. So maybe I'll just go through a few Q&A. And maybe I can start with Mr. Limaye, because I think you raised a very valid point. And you mentioned China and how they have a pipeline, but that pipeline has been developed over the last 15, 20 years, and they've managed to get their own venture capital universe in place in China. So how do we encourage that to happen in India? Because right now, venture capital in India, it's a booming industry, but they don't want to invest in innovative R&D. And so the few innovative R&D companies that there are in India are looking for capital abroad. And to a large degree, how do you counteract the fact that, and I think Professor Green will probably agree with me, even in Europe, there's an outflow of talent from Europe towards the US, because US has become this kind of black hole that sucks a lot of capital. So how do we combat that atmosphere that is there in the global biotech industry, and how do we create a really innovative biotech industry in India?
A couple of comments. One is, I think, for cutting-edge R&D, you have to have an innovative mindset.
Yeah.
Traditionally, if you see the strengths of India, it has been in process chemistry. It has been in synthesis of APIs, synthesis of drugs. But we have not really gone beyond that in terms of upscaling our innovation. I think there has to be encouragement to that right from the stage when people get trained in their institutes. The emphasis in India is still more on getting your degree and moving on, if I may say. I think the emphasis should be on what you achieve in your academia, what kind of research you really do, and what difference it makes. Yeah. The same Indian students, when they go to a US or a UK, are extremely successful.
Of course.
Why does it happen?
Yes.
I think innovative mindset is the key. VC funding is very important because it brings the vital element of money into the R&D ecosystem. And you rightly said the VC funding in India is basically commercial VC funding.
Yeah.
They basically acquire companies which can do better. And the whole thing is about improving your EBITDA by 3 to 5 times in 5 years and sell.
Yeah.
That's what VCs in India are focused on.
Yeah.
The VCs in India are not really focused on innovation, and I don't blame them completely, because there should also be innovation to fund innovation, right? So I think...
Yeah, it's a bit of a kind of a catch-22 situation. But no, thank you. And I think that brings me on to my next question, which is one of the other obstacles with having novel R&D out of India is, as you touched on, you have this problem that, from an ethical and a humanitarian point of view, you want pharma companies and scientists want to impact the most number of people. But at the end of the day, as you also said, it costs a lot of money to develop these drugs, and your probability of success is very, very low. So if you do have a drug, it is only normal that the company wants to get its money back, and they're commercial entities. And that, at the moment, really only happens in the West, and the US is, again, the big market. And so they are very focused on getting regulatory success there. And this is something that maybe I'll ask Professor Green this question, because you talked about the regulatory interaction. That is there a way that, with the AstraZeneca vaccine that happened, that the trials could be done in India, it was recognized by the MHRA and vice versa, and that was, a lot of obstacles were overridden. But that's not the normal procedure. And so how can we make that the normal procedure?
It's a lot of the same question regarding venture capital and the innovation economy. I was at a UK Bioindustry Association meeting yesterday, and it is something the UK is starting to do really well, bring real new capital, venture capital, into the biologics and the emerging medicines market. It's a huge growth area for the UK bioscience economy, and it's that idea that we need a strong academic sector. We need the ideas to be coming, as you said, from our young people who are inspired by the technology which is available to us and start to think, I can use this. Not only can I learn this, but I can use this. I can add these two synergistically and make something new and good. And obviously VC is, the risk appetite is different than it is normally in research that we would do at a university, where our government funding bodies or our charitable funding bodies are very risk averse almost, and they want to bank on good academics who always publish good papers. But the thing that changed for us during the COVID was that the vaccine task force here in the UK, I think, brought a much more venture capital mindset to how you would fund development of the vaccine programme across the UK. So when Kate Bingham came on board, she had this, she says it herself, she was like, the chance of any one of these vaccines delivering is 10%, therefore we fund 12. And that's a completely different mindset. That's the VC mindset being brought into innovation. And you must have that. It's a way to get that. You have to expect some of them to fail, and that's okay. It's a matter of backing a lot of good horses and then identifying early the ones that are not going to go. And that, I think, is what we start to see in the UK economy for startups. Many of them will not get to the point of clinical assessment, even let alone regulatory. There is a lot of scope for making efficiency savings in regulatory spaces and making it easier to tell early, first in man trials, first in human trials, to be done quickly to get the evidence that these are the runners that we should back. But you need a lot of initial VC investment on the understanding that some of those will fail, but it doesn't matter because every failure teaches you something new, and the passion for discovery is something that our two countries, I think, should really be driving to work together on.
Yeah, no, thank you. I think those are very valid points. But I think also what would be great if it can be achieved is, if you have a, let's say, startup out of India that has a novel drug, that they can do the trials in India, which are recognized, and they can take that data and then go to the US or go to the UK.
We must be moving towards that now, more alignment of regulatory space.
And then you can
it worked really well in the pandemic,
And then you can have a situation like it was mentioned earlier, the Paxlovid model, right, where the drug is provided at a very low cost in developing countries, but you can make your money in the developed markets, and I think you have to move to that sort of model, because and even beyond that, I think even before we get to the VCs for companies, I think there needs to be more funding for universities in India, right? Because at the end of the day, this work has to be done by PhD students and professors, and well, they all need to live, they all need to be paid a decent salary, they all need cutting-edge equipment, and I think. Again, I think the government can do a lot to encourage more funding for a lot of the excellent universities we have. And maybe make it like an IIT model, right? Everybody recognizes the IITs of India are amongst the best engineering schools in the world, bar none. So why can't that happen for other sectors of education as well? So I haven't forgotten Professor John, Professor Jamil. But I think one of the points that Professor Jamil, you raised was very pertinent about the environment and how that has to be managed. But of course, that has to be managed it's not just about India, UK, because as we found with COVID, you can't keep anything in a box, right? It's about all countries of the world, and certainly all countries in the region have to cooperate. So how does one address that, given that certain countries might not like that?
Yeah, so before that, just a few comments on regulatory and research in universities and education. A strong regulatory environment in our country would need very strong political will.
Yeah.
We have seen in COVID that while US FDA on one hand has open hearings when a vaccine is approved, in India we don't even know who are members of the technical group who are advising the regulator to approve or not. We need to be more open, we need to be more transparent. Pandemics are managed also with trust and transparency.
Absolutely.
As far as the research ecosystem in universities is concerned, we have unfortunately systematically weakened our university research at the cost of small specialized institutes. Hindsight is 2020, and if I were to do it today, one would place these institutes within a university campus where there would be an exchange. And hopefully, even now, if you connect these institutes to big universities, things will work better. On why Indian students do so well when they come out, well, that's a selected population. That's a positively selected population. People don't go for PhD often because they are interested in doing a PhD. That's a default option. So before the PhD stage, we need to provide them more options to do other things. In academia, global data shows that only 8% of people who get a PhD remain in academia. Unfortunately, more than 50% of our PhD students want to become professors. That's not going to happen in India. That's not going to happen anywhere. But providing opportunities for doing other things is so important at the early university level. Yeah, sorry.
No, thank you. And yeah, did you have thoughts on my question about how to share environmental data, ecological data between?
Shared environment on?
You said that the world needs to address the ecological problems we're having.
Oh, yes, yes, of course. Well, I mean, we are all aware of global warming. We've just had a big conference here in Glasgow. The World Environment Report shows, and now there was actually a paper in Nature only about 2 weeks back, which shows that the highest threat to new disease emergence is going to be from India, Indonesia, and the sort of central region of Africa. And that's because all these areas have high biodiversity, they have high population density, and they don't have enough research investment in screening. So I think on this issue, the world has to come together. There's no ways about it. If a virus emerges in India or Indonesia, it will reach US or UK. It's very simple. We've seen what happened in COVID. So we really need to fill those gaps and not just look at our global contributions to fossil fuel or deforestation, but look at the world as a whole.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think that's really very correct. And finally, Professor Jha, what you said earlier about India being the source of big data, I think is very true, and I think everybody recognizes that is very valid. And I will defer to Professor Jamil, but India obviously has, I think you're right, it is quite a unique genetic environment in that not only is it quite diverse, but it also has a lot of very concentrated pockets of DNA because of communities that have been endogamous for many, many centuries. So the data in India is very valuable, but sharing it, I accept, globally or with other countries is the way forward. It would be helpful from a medical point of view, but there are obviously a lot of national security, privacy concerns. So how does one overcome that?
So I think this was a challenge 5 or 10 years ago with the way AI was, but now you could have all the data remain in India. You could send a question on what we call AI on a train.
Okay.
You don't bring data here. Send your question, process the data, get the results. That way, you're not importing data or exporting data.
Right.
And that's the solution. So we have a solution for that now. And another thing, which, because I think your questions are essentially asking about, do you have a wish list? I think one thing, if I would want, is if the REF exercise, which we have here in UK, and I was responsible for the biomedical engineering unit of assessment for King's, if it could be done in India, that would be lovely. I think it will throw Indian academic system into chaos, and a good chaos. And I think a lot of things would be broken, a lot of egos would be shattered, but that would be for a good change, I hope.
Maybe not quite in the form that we do it here, but some.
I think doing REF in Indian universities would be lovely. And I think I had a very, very unique opportunity to serve both on IIT and AIIMS Delhi. They are separated by 1.5 kilometers.
Yeah.
I had to build a 1,000,000-mile long bridge between them. It was so difficult. So I think this point that you put them in a university system, it's not very easy here. I mean, I sit in a medical school here, and even here, although we are co-located, it's not as ideal, but there, each school being a university in itself is absolutely detrimental to innovations. They have to come together.
No, that's a very valid point. And you mentioned biomedical. I guess that's my other question. I think that applies not just in India or UK. I know that even in the FDA is having issues in terms of, with technology, you're having a lot of, devices / biological drugs that don't really fall neatly into one category. And that is a problem, I know, even in the US, as I said. So how do you advise the UK and India to deal with it?
First of all, I think because everyone has talked here of billions, and yours was lovely, I'm going to copy it and quote you, billions of people for pharma, not billions of pounds or dollars. It's important to understand that medtech is not a billion-pound thing. You can actually achieve medtech in millions. So it's 3 zeros less. So it does not require that kind of investment, number one. Number two, it does not require that high or that big an incubation period. Usually from bench to bedside could be anything between 2 to 5 years. If you're actually not on the bedside in 5 years and you're doing a device, you're doomed. You'll have a very high chance of failure. So it's a very different industry. I compare pharma and medtech as a bubble and froth, very small bubbles and not a very big bubble. And in India, actually, I must say, a really radical change. I was with PM Modi the day he launched Startup India in 2014 at Science Vigyan Bhavan in Delhi. And he actually cited one of my inventions on the stage because I told him he's a very keen listener. Before going on stage, he was talking to me. And Indian government is the biggest VC in India at this moment in medtech. Actually, I can say that in India, you have a very high risk of being buried in early investment than here. However, there is an absolute dearth of investment for transition from proof of concept to market because, the BIRACs, the BIGs, the big grant, the DBT, DST have very many schemes where anyone with an idea can go and raise anything between 10 lakh rupees to 50 lakh rupees. Sorry, I'm talking in rupees. You can just divide them by 94. That's the rate today. For me, in my head, it's always 100. So you can do that, and that is easy money, but that only takes you to do a widget saying, hey, I think this works. But from there to run a complex trial and take it through this unknown of who is going to regulate my device, because that's a very unique question, costs at least anything between 2 crore rupees to 5 crore rupees, and that money is missing. And I think that's a great opportunity for enhancing the value of an investor here. A lot of angel investors in India are actually people who make money here because 1 pound is 100 rupees. So it just becomes a lot more money when you go there.
Yeah.
So I think it's important to recognize that pharma is very different from medtech, and it's a very different ecosystem.
Yeah, of course. But my question was, since they're now overlapping more and more, that becomes more complicated.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. They are. They are in terms of impact, but in terms of how they go to market, how they are regulated, what kind of money is involved, what kind of talent is involved. For example, medical device is not one thing. You can have a mechanical engineering device, electronic engineering device, computer science, imaging, all of this.
Yeah.
Every other skill goes into medical device, and one set of things go into pharma.
Great. Well, thank you very much. I think we're out of time for this session, but I'd like to thank all the panelists again. I think it was an excellent discussion. And we'll now move on to the next session, which will start in a few minutes.
Nice to meet you. You've moved to Oxford?
Yeah, so I'm actually...
Great, good. Right. Okay, yeah, go on, Shankar.
And we've actually we've got a video from the Health Minister for India,
right.
Mr. Mansukh Mandavia. So we're just going to watch that video briefly, and then we'll move on to the next session.
Namaskar. I am pleased to address the inaugural session of the 4th India-UK Health Conference 2022 at the Royal College of Physicians, London, organized by the Indian High Commission in partnership with the Department of International Trade, Government of UK, BAPIO, FICCI, and CII. I would have loved to be in London personally to inaugurate this conference, but due to other engagements, I could not able there, and therefore I am addressing you through this video message. India and the UK are natural partners and have a history and potential for collaboration in the healthcare sector, which has become even stronger during the pandemic situations. Our collaboration on vaccine research and manufacturing has been not only a solution to the COVID-19 pandemic, but also an example of what can be achieved with a close partnership. Serum Institute of India has produced the vaccine developed by Oxford AstraZeneca scientists. Another example is the production of vaccines in the UK by Indian headquartered company Wockhardt to support the successful vaccination drive of the UK. Such joint initiative by two leading countries will provide a strong platform for more research and innovation in the healthcare sector, which is the need of our time. India is the pharmacy of the world, and our capability of producing medicine and other medical supplies has saved millions of lives. In the last 2 years, India also has capabilities of research and innovation which were demonstrated by the world-class domestic vaccines developed by India such as a Covaxin, Chycov-D and Corbavax. Indian doctors also shared their knowledge and best practices for fighting against the pandemic. I also appreciate the support extended by the UK government and people during the COVID period. Furthermore, India has a very long history of traditional medicine like Ayurveda, which focus on preventive and well-being healing, in addition to curative practices. Outside of COVID-19, India is also continuing to make great progress in improving healthcare provision to its citizens. Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi has launched the world's biggest healthcare program, Ayushman Bharat, which has set an example for the whole world to follow. Under the Ayushman Bharat, more than 31 million eligible patients have already taken benefit. India has achieved exemplary success through the National Health Mission. Indian medical professionals are supporting the healthcare system not only in India but in many countries, including the UK. I would like to congratulate and commend them for the selfless services they are providing to mankind. Also, Modi government has decided to boost India's medical value travel segment and understand the varied aspect of the sector, its scope, its challenges, and identify some of the tangible steps the government can actively take to outline a strategic roadmap for Heal in India and Heal by India, aligned with the Honorable Prime Minister's vision of positioning India as the global hub of medical value travel. I would say that India and the UK can look forward to stronger collaboration in areas of pharmaceuticals, in addition to the newly emerging area of digital health, genomics, use of artificial intelligence in healthcare, to name a few. I am confident that we will be able to achieve greater success together. I hope all the participants enjoy the day of the discussion and lay out a roadmap for continuing cooperation in the sector between both countries. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much to the Honourable Minister. We're just going to take a 2-3 minute break for everybody to freshen up, and then we'll start the next session. I think just in the interest of time, perhaps we can start the next session. So if I could ask everybody to maybe settle down. Sorry, I think in the interest of time, I'm going to. Okay. I think if I can ask everybody to settle down so that we can start the next session and hopefully stick to time. So with that, I'm going to hand over to Professor Bamra, who's the moderator for the next session. And this session is on the lessons learned from the COVID-19 pandemic and other recent geopolitical events.
Thank you, Shankar. Thank you. Folks, let's take a seat. Let's get started, otherwise we'll eat into lunch. Sorry about that. Yeah, no pun intended. No pun intended. Anyway, well, Her Excellency has gone, but I want to thank Her Excellency Gayatri Ji and her formidable team, Shashank, who is, I think, here, Rohit, I think, who should be here as well, and others, Vivek. They've set up amazing precedents where we can, yeah, take a seat, folks. I'll keep talking, don't worry about, I can talk over you, I'm sure. Great precedents in these healthcare conferences, so, it's a great pleasure for me to be here and to be asked to be chairing this session. The most important session of the day, I would say, is a great privilege. So, and the session is Lessons Learned from COVID. So I'm J.S. Bamra. I'm the chair of this amazing organization, BAPIO, set up by Ramesh Mehta, whom you'll be hearing about, not Ramesh Patel, whom you'll be hearing from afterwards, and I'm a psychiatrist in Manchester. So I also hold professorships in various parts of India, and I'm the board member of something you haven't heard before, Center of Innovation and Biodesign, which is based in PGI, set up by Harshvardhan, the previous health minister. And it does amazing work in getting medicine to rural parts of India. It's on the website, CBiod, if you ever want to see it. Really, I think BAPIO have had a huge interest in healthcare, as you're aware. So, and you'll see that the Indian doctors are littered around the globe. And in India, in UK, Indian doctors form the second highest numbers of registered doctors apart from British registered doctors. Now, I'm going to start on a very controversial note, folks, which is that COVID was a good thing to happen, notwithstanding the fact that, of course, 10 million people, as you said, Catherine, I think you said 10 million people, roughly, passed away, sadly. Apart from that, COVID was a good thing. It's a line that I pinched from Sadhguru. I did an interview with Sadhguru, and he said to me, he started off with this, and I said, what have I got myself into? But I think I know what he meant, which is that we were here endangering our health, the environment, our own principles, and everything has been reframed since we've been hit by COVID. We've actually restarted to repoint life, and as many of you will know, in UK, climate change and healthcare is a very big topic. So COVID, I would say, was going to happen anyway. We've got distinguished panelists, whom I'm going to introduce one after the other. And by the way, before we do that, happy International Nurses Day for all those of you who are nurses. And of course, my job would not have been possible without the dedication and the mentorship that I personally had from the nurses, and Indian nurses form a sizable part of the National Health Service as well. So happy Nurses Day to all those lovely and dedicated nurses. So I'm going to tell you who and I'm going to ask them to come over one by one. So I'm first of all going to introduce Professor Anupam Sibal, whom I've seen here. It's always nice when your speakers turn up, you know. Until then, your heart is bouncing away. I went to a conference once, and it was meant to be a large conference. There were only 2 people who turned up, one of whom was I. I waited 10 minutes, gave my lecture, and then I said to the other chap, I said, thank you for staying over for my conference. He said, I'm the second speaker. So I'm glad that didn't happen to me. So, Professor Anupam Sibal is Group Medical Director of Apollo Hospital, India's largest private healthcare provider. He's a pediatric gastroenterologist. He helped to set up India's first liver transplant program that, as India's largest program, has now performed a massive 3,900 liver transplants and going upwards. He is president of GAPIO, which is also formed by Ramesh and Anupam's boss, Pratap Reddy. And that GAPIO is Global Association of Physicians of Indian Origin, which has members in 54 countries. He's published 120 papers, and he's author of the bestseller book, Is Your Child Ready for the World? I could go on, but, you know, we'd be here for the rest of the day. Anupam, if you could take a seat, please, that'd be fantastic. Thank you. And our next panelist is Priyam Gandhi Modi. You've probably heard from her already. If you haven't, she is fantastic, great speaker. She's an author. She's a political strategist. She has written 3 political non-fiction books, although I suspect there's a bit of, no, there won't be any fiction there. That only happens in Bansali's films, doesn't it? But she's written a book, which I can happily introduce here to you, which I've got a copy of. It's called A Nation to Protect, Leading India Through the COVID Crisis, and it's a kiss and tell. No, it's not. But it's great. Please do pick, I don't know, well, you'll tell us at the end of that where they can pick up the book from. I think you're going to have a formal launch of it afterwards. Maybe not today, but somewhere else. But you'll tell us about that. So please do take a seat. A round of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you. And our next panelist is Professor Jed Byrne. Jed is a close friend of mine. They're all close friends. He's a consultant breast surgeon and director of global engagement of Health Education England. And he has a long-standing passion in global healthcare capacity building and education. When I was a medical student in Patiala all those years ago, he was already visiting India in your what do they call it, work experience or whatever they call it, isn't it? A long time ago. Although you're younger to me by about 20 years. Life has been unkind to me. He was awarded an MBE in 2019 for global and medical education. More than that, Jed is a fellow Mancunian. He loves BAPIO. He's worked very closely with Ramesh Mehta. And albeit that he's got a Scouser accent, which I'm kind of working on. So, Jed, would you mind joining us, please? And last but not least is a very, very close friend of mine whom I've admired for a very long time, Professor Subodh Dave. He's the Dean of my college, the Royal College of Psychiatrists, which is quite a rare thing for an Indian person to be the Dean. I think the only other Indian Dean was Dinesh Bugra. So, you are in the history books already. He's a consultant liaison psychiatrist in Derby, and he's a professor of psychiatry at the University of Bolton. He has a number of facets to his personality. When I asked him to tell me what he wanted to say about him, he was very modest. But I'll tell you what, he's an amazing guy because he also helped to set up medical training in Malawi. I understand the psychiatric curriculum when, in fact, not many people went to Malawi, and he used to visit Malawi regularly and improve standards there undoubtedly. But more than that, he loves, if there was a marathon today, he would not be here because he loves marathon running. He's got Arnold Schwarzenegger thighs because he runs like mad. So do take a seat, Subodh. Runs like mad. Say that of a psychiatrist. It's a bit okay. Well, look, what I thought I'd do is I've given the 4 panelists a task. they've got 5 to 7 minutes. You can time them, and if they go over the 7 minutes, we're going to eject them, okay? They're going to tell us about their perspective. They've got some homework to do, and we're going to start off with Anupa. We'll go that way. Priyam, you want to be the last person, so we'll go Anupam, we'll go Subodh, we'll go Jed, and then we'll link up very nicely with Priyam. How's that? And what they're going to do is tell us about a particular perspective about COVID and the post-pandemic world, and then we'll do an interactive I'm sure we'll have time, because we started late. So please, Anupam.
Good afternoon. It's such a pleasure to be at an in-person meeting after such a long time. Thank you, JS, for the kind introduction. Thank you, Rohit, Shankar, for bringing us all together. So I'm just going to highlight 7 key learnings that we've seen in India. The first, health has become center stage in India more than ever before. The commitment of the government is so visible. We have the AB PMJ that the minister just alluded to. We've already got a substantive number of cards issued. About the idea is to have 500 million, 170 million have been issued, and about 2.5 billion pounds has been spent on healthcare. We also have the digital mission in terms of creating personalized health records. We have the AB infrastructure mission with 6.5 billion pounds devoted to enhancing infrastructure. So there's a lot happening in terms of the government spend. The national health policy talked about increasing the GDP spend from the government side to 2.5%. It's about 1.3% by 2025, but I think that might just get enhanced because healthcare in India is about 70% private, 30% government, very different to what you have in the UK. The second thing that's going to happen is just like food at home and shopping at home, it's going to be health at home. We're seeing that in India, from tests to medicine delivery to consults. The government of India fast-tracked the telemedicine guidelines, which happened about 2 months after COVID started, and through the eSanjeevani portal, which is 100% free online consults, 300 million consults have already taken place. We at Apollo have developed an omni-channel called 24/7, and just to give you an idea of data points, 16 million downloads. We have 700,000 people who actually go onto that portal every day, 4 million on an average every week, and we've done 1.25 million virtual consults. So digital's happening. And we're going to see hospitals become leaner and hospitals really focusing on really top-end work because a lot of the work can be done outside, and you're going to see more and more of my minimal access surgery and robotics come in. The third one is technology is going to be a game changer. As was mentioned earlier, 70% of doctors in India are in urban areas. So how are you actually going to deliver last mile care? And clearly technology is going to do that. We are seeing that with teleconsults happening at 12,000 feet in the Himalayas, happening through an e-ophthalmology program. And there are tons of e-programs that have been developed and are pretty successful. We are seeing technology being used in terms of digital pathology, in super specialized complex pathology reporting. We're seeing that with teleradiology. We are seeing that with WhatsApp messages to advise physicians whether to thrombolize based on reports that are read elsewhere in stroke. We're seeing that with arrhythmia. So a lot of development there. And just to give you an idea of the traction we've seen, Arogya Setu, the Government of India app, became the most downloaded app in the first 15 days of its launch when COVID came about. And in terms of the acceptance of the common man, if you go on to CoWIN, there are 1.9 billion entries for every single vaccine administered that you can get and download in 5 seconds. So clearly there's a lot of traction, a lot of acceptance, and we're going to see more and more of that. Public-private collaboration in India is going to be the norm. We used to work in silos, but COVID changed that. Now, if we look at diagnostics, 52% of the testing was government. If we looked at ICU beds, ventilator beds, out of the 99,000 beds that we had, 62% were private. The vaccine development in India was a collaboration between the government and the private sector. But when it came to administration, we had 100,000 vaccination centers that were operational. And of those, 97% were government. So clearly, public-private sectors coming together. We talk about research, and there was some talk about publications. There are 311,000 papers on PubMed if you go on COVID. 14% of the publications are from India. And that has been possible because these silos have finally broken. I think global collaboration is something that all of us are going to see more and more. I think these conventional barriers of time zones, geographical barriers are going to be something of the past, and I give you one example. There are 1.4 million physicians of Indian origin across the globe. I mean, about 30 or 40,000 in the UK. And at GAPIO, we have members from 54 countries. So when COVID started, we developed the COVID-19 Global Indian Physician Collaborative. We found in India that what was happening in the UK and the US was 3 to 4 weeks ahead of what we are seeing in India. So we got all the clinicians to talk to each other. And I remember we've changed our protocol 53 times in terms of clinical management, and we had to change it twice in 1 week when the recovery data came in about dexamethasone. So we sat at night, and all this happened because of collaboration. I think global collaboration is definitely going to be the norm. And in fact, our Prime Minister sent out a message, and I'm just going to quote that. And he said, "Our worldview is anchored in our ethos of Sarve Bhavantu Sukhina, Sarve Santu Niramaya, which means may everyone be at peace and may no one suffer from illness." And clearly what COVID has taught us is that we do not live in boxes, we do not live in countries. What happens in one area has ramifications across. And we've always believed in something we refer to as Vasudev Kutumbakam, which means the world is one family. It took COVID for the world to realize that. And we in India have actually distributed 200 million vaccines through Vaccine Maitri to 100 countries. And I think we're going to see more of that. The last two are Heal in India. Why would you want to come to India for treatment? Well, citizens from 140 countries do. The reason is the competitive cost, high quality value proposition. So the same liver transplant that costs $300,000 in Pittsburgh, we do for $30,000 with the same outcome. So clearly, for many parts of the world where complicated therapy is not available, people are going to have to travel, and there's an opportunity for India to become a global healthcare medical value travel destination. And the last, and this you're going to find staggering in terms of data points. So 390 million people, citizens in India are less than the age of 14. In the next 30 years, 22% of the global workforce will come from India. We will put in 183 million trained workforce, and they're going to actually run industries in many parts of the world, and that can happen in healthcare as well. So Heal by India, we've seen that in pharma, third largest manufacturer. 40% of all medicines you use in the UK are made in India. 25% of all generics in the US are made in India. And the same might happen with health workforce provider. And JED has been looking at this actively for so many years with HEE. But the fact of the matter is that medicine is so popular in India. 1.5 million class 12 students sit for an exam, only 5% get into a medical school. We've gone from 47,000 medical graduates a year to 84,000. We will go to 100,000 in the next 2 years. We'll go from 47,000 postgraduates to 65,000 postgraduates in the next 5 years. So we're going to build capacity not just to serve India, but to the globe. So the young Indian can actually serve the aging global citizen. And I think that might actually be a possibility. So these were our 7 learnings, JS.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for sticking to time as well, Anupam. And Subodh, you're going to tell us about mental health and your perspective.
Well, I think I'm going to start with something beyond mental health. I think so. The biggest lesson I think from COVID that we learned was about inequalities. So I think the experience of COVID was quite different for different people. For someone like me, I think who was a liaison psychiatrist, I actually felt grateful that I could go and see my patients, and so I wasn't the experience of someone who was living in London in a small apartment, stuck with 3 kids. It's very different to that of mine. But we also know, I think you mentioned, Jess, the figure of 10 million people. I think, and those 10 million people, again, know that it wasn't a same story. I think people from black and ethnic minority backgrounds, we saw the data very early on. Sadly, I mean, a lot of us here in this room probably lost colleagues. I certainly did. That inequality story, I think, wasn't something new. I think we've known about this in healthcare for a long time, that if you are poor, again, so mental health, I think we've run campaigns like that, so I'm not pointing fingers at anyone. We've run campaigns like 1 in 4. Well, it's not 1 in 4 if you are poor and homeless. It's way worse. So illnesses discriminate I think we like to talk about that mental illness doesn't discriminate, physical illness doesn't, actually it does. And so I think we've heard a lot about digital and technology, and I think that is absolutely important. But I think unless we start addressing the systemic factors in healthcare, we're not going to really make the difference that we need to. And for me, I think that is the real big lesson, that how do we address the inequalities? We are building more medical schools everywhere in the world, we're increasing capacity. How will we actually translate that into real outcomes for people? And the data has been very strong. Sections of our population are left behind time and again. And I think that's often due to poverty, ethnicity, I think all the factors are well known. And mental health care is a big one. I think for me as a psychiatrist, I think for my patients, it's a double whammy. I think when my patients end up in acute hospital, they get poorer care than if you didn't have mental illness. So I think, so there are real issues, I think, and I think in terms of how we look at the systemic factors. And I think for me as a dean, I think that has been the biggest challenge. And I think so we've launched what is the most aspirational program in the world of embedding population mental health, public mental health, and personalized care. And I think I'll talk about the second bit in a second, but I think both of them into the core curriculum of each and every single psychiatrist in this country. I think so, and that's, it is quite ambitious because other parts of the world do this, but it's kind of like an optional module. And I really feel that we have to reach a stage where the human factors that translate skill and knowledge to outcomes can't be left to chance alone. And I think that's what is happening in public education. So the big transformation, I think what I'm talking about is that if you look at medical education, if you look at healthcare education, and I think in a way, I think hopefully in the coming years, we will see a change from healthcare to health and social care, because I think it really is woven into the social determinants of health are so woven into healthcare outcomes that we can't really ignore them. And I think, so if you look at that, I think training is very much focused around the doctor-patient relationship. And I think, breast surgeons, liver surgeons, and psychiatrists, we're all taught to look at the pathology in, I think moving from doctor-patient to doctor-community, I think is the big transition that we need to make in medical education. And I think that's the transition that we are about to launch. And in fact, we're weaving it into our professional practice standards in psychiatry. So that's the big change. But it's not all doom and gloom. I think one big lesson, I think, is clearly around digital technology. I think we saw the New York Times ran a headline saying that, 10 years of progress achieved in 2 weeks, and that progress has gone on scale. I think we need to, and I think we need to really not squander this opportunity. I think it can't be just about Zoom meetings and Teams meetings and remote monitoring and telemonitoring. It really is about using that data. And then that's where, again, I go back to population health as to how do we use that data. And I think it really is about that digital literacy. So again, I've launched a digital literacy task force because medics and healthcare workers, it's fine to launch digital technology, but if the practitioners are not fully cognizant of how to use that, then there's no point. I think, and the reality is that we've seen our workforce struggle with digital technology. I think every trust in this country, and I'm sure India is the same, Anupam, we send about 25,000 pieces of individual data upstream, to regulators, to NHS benchmarking, NHS digital. How much of that data comes back to a clinician on their table, and how much does it actually help them influence the healthcare of their patients? So that is the challenge we have. So that's the second thing that we're going to transform, and we're looking at that. But that is critical. And the third thing is workforce itself. And I think we've seen that workforce got really battered in this COVID time. And I think we all now recognize that unless your workforce is well enough, you're not going to be able to deliver those outcomes. So that workforce well-being is quite critical. I think for me as a psychiatrist, that's obviously important. But I think you recognize that is a real issue. And the numbers speak for themselves. And Anupam, you shone the light on the numbers. I think India's increased its capacity. But we are 4.5 million short of healthcare workers in the world. India is going to be 1 million short. I think in UK, we are continue to recruit from countries like India and elsewhere. And I think the new digital technology and working remotely, et cetera, is throwing a challenge. I think we need to look at equivalent standards in regulation. I think how does a doctor who's trained in India, how can they demonstrate equivalence to somebody who's trained in the UK? And that's a challenge for medical education worldwide. I think how do we train globally competent doctors who are invested locally in the community and are able to deliver outcomes for their local community. So it's that twin challenge. And I think the training and workforce needs to deliver on that. So the final minute, Jess, if you don't mind, is on actions. And I think for me, I think the critical action are in 3 areas. I think we really need to look at workforce equivalence, and hopefully we'll see a program of action on that, as to how can we move that. I'd really like to see some action on training, particularly, we've just done a survey of Indian and other international trainees, and the one thing that came back was very strongly, I mean, 750 out of 800 respondents basically said they would be interested in specialist qualification. I mean, Bapio Training Academy has done stellar work in this area. The Royal College Psychiatrists, we have launched certificates and diploma. So I think there's a real opportunity for collaboration in training the workforce. But it can't be one-way training, and I think that's where the challenges have been. And I think this two-way learning is absolutely important. India's National Digital Health Mission, I think that the Prime Minister launched last year, is going to be a game changer. And I think how do we learn from the strengths and all the strengths that Anupam has identified in terms of the digital and data literacy, in terms of the community strength. And I think it's softer skills. I think the fact that outcomes are so much better in so many areas in India, I think we have not really learned those lessons as to what is those communities offering. And I think, so the third element for me is a research element. Unless we generate evidences to see what is the strength in those communities, what has made them resilient, how have countries like India bounced back better, how have those communities worked and delivered outcomes consistently, that evidence needs to be translated. And that, I think, is a program of action that needs to be launched. And I hope to see that as an outcome. So I'll stop there, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Subodh. Thank you. Thank you. Very successful. And really, it gives you a cue, doesn't it, Jed, talking about global workforce fit for purpose.
I find myself in a very weird position of bitterly agreeing with both which is I'm normally brought in as the sort of controversial element to say something a little bit different, but maybe I can give you a different optic. I was fortunate enough to be asked to go to the launch of Lord Nigel Crisp's book, Turning the World Upside Down Again, in the House of Lords last Monday. For those of you who don't know Nigel, he ran the English NHS between 2002 and 2008 and has been a champion for global universal health coverage development and health system strengthening since that time as a crossbencher in the House of Lords. And Nigel's opening point for the first couple of chapters is that we need a new vision for global health. And I've been reflecting on this, and the reason I've been reflecting on it a lot is because the book he launched in 2022 comes 10 years after the first book he launched, Turning the World Upside Down, and where the first 2 chapters stress the importance of designing a new vision for global health. And over the last decade, I think we've struggled to be in a position or to have our minds focused on designing that new vision. And actually, the pandemic has provided that focus. And he then talks about the importance of workforce as the key to unlocking a new vision in global health. And rather than look at traditional siloed activity, he doesn't talk about workforce just in terms of quantity, but he also looks at it in terms of quality and the impact that artificial intelligence, technology-enhanced learning, technology can have on what we can do in terms of reducing the overall cost and drive towards workforce quantity. Underpinning the entire thing, however, is something for which I have a personal passion, and that is the notion of partnership. And this is where myself and Anupam are really saying the same thing. But I want to put some little tiny bit of meat on the bones of what I mean by partnership. And for me, partnership comes in 4 distinct levels. The first of those is government-to-government partnership. And I think that it is the world over the last 100 years in terms of co-development health system strengthening has failed because of the lack of bilateral and multilateral government agreement about a steady focus towards equality in healthcare and delivering universal health coverage. And I think there are now emerging out of COVID a series of examples where there's genuine commitment between governments to mutually health system strengthen. And I think all of really successful, sustainable growth in health system strengthening comes from that bilaterality at government-to-government level. There are examples more recently with India. There's been a recent bilateral agreement with Kenya. There are several other examples that the UK are involved in at the moment that actually have genuine meat. They're not memoranda of understanding which say it'll be a really nice thing for us to work together. They actually have decent work plans which show mutual benefits, and I think that that's really important. Sitting below that, however, is place-based partnership. And those of you who've heard me speak before will know that all of those workforce and service delivery issues are shared. And very often we find places across the planet working within our own healthcare systems which have complementary or supplementary needs to our own. So Anupam mentioned the ability of India to turn on and turn off quantities of high quality, good value for money healthcare professionals. We don't have that ability in the UK. We do have other stuff though, which is maybe of benefit to developing healthcare systems, including public-private partnerships, innovation, some of our research and technology, etc. You need a platform by which to share that. And my suggestion to you is that the most powerful platform is a place-based partnership. And we have been working on place-based partnerships. To give you an example, we have twinned West Yorkshire with a couple of islands in the Caribbean. Those islands are now mutually exchanging personnel as well as mutually exchanging technical collaboration and becoming friends in working together towards a mutual co-production of a better healthcare system for their populations. Sitting below that is institution-to-institution partnerships, and I agree completely that the notion of public-private partnership is key to all of this. Somebody once said to me, the only difference between a good charity and a good business is what you do with the profits. And I think there's a lot of sense in that, ultimately we require investment in good quality healthcare. It needs to be transparent and it needs to be ethical. And I would suggest to you that the corporate sector working with the public sector and with the third sector actually produces ethical and sustainable investment into healthcare. And the more that we can do that, the better. And I can give you literally hundreds of examples of emerging public-private partnerships between third sector organisations. In fact, we ourselves have a developing partnership with Apollo Healthcare Group, which is a trilateral partnership with USAID, looking at how we can work together in order to get the right investment together with the right degree of transparency and ethics. And then the very final thing I want to say, and I think this personally, this is what COVID has taught me, is the importance of individual human relationships between clinicians across country boundaries. I can't help thinking that if the frontline clinicians in Portadown or in some of the big infectious diseases hospitals had a personal relationship with those clinicians in Wuhan at the beginning of 2020, we wouldn't be in the same position that we're in at the moment. And I think anything that promotes that, and we have the technology to be able to do it, and again, I could give loads of examples of how that could be done, to create worldwide virtual communities of practice between frontline clinicians. I think it's really important. And then just to finish off, if it's okay, for me, there are 6 big issues facing healthcare, and arguably the front, and I scribbled them down as I was writing them. And they are global health security, which has obviously come to the fore reasonably recently, workforce quantity, which I think is really important, inequality, which you mentioned, local system strengthening, health system strengthening, meta-skill development, developing resilience and adaptability amongst our healthcare professionals, and climate change and sustainability. I would argue that none of those things can be delivered without partnership at all 4 of those levels. Thank you.
Thank you very much, James. Brilliant. If you've ever seen a breast surgeon who's a psychiatrist, I've just raised the bar now, haven't I? Relationships, it's all about that. Right, Priyam.
Thank
words
you.
Of wisdom. You are a professor, by the way. In the midst of all of these, there's a bit of contamination going on. Not that you need a professorship.
Well, I would love to have one, but I don't have that much academic credential to call myself a professor. Anyway, thank you, and good afternoon, everybody. After listening to everybody speak in the last panel and in this one, I'm trying to collate all of the thoughts. So in March 2020, when COVID hit all of us, India found itself in a very odd kind of a situation. As the second most populous country in the world, we had zero tools that a nation needs to fight a respiratory disease like COVID. We had to quickly augment our capacities with a decades-long ignored weak infrastructure, and we had to very quickly manufacture or import the tools. By tools, I mean masks, PPE kits, medicines, testing kits, knowledge about the virus, vaccines. Very, very quickly, we needed all of those tools in quantities that would suffice the vast population of India. And the single, amongst many, many things that worked for us to augment those in a matter of months, one of the important things that I want to talk about that helped us is global collaboration. And particularly, lots of talk here has been done on the vaccine collaboration, and I'd like to add to that pool of information that the kind of risk funding that the government of India did to manufacture and promote vaccines, whether they are vaccines that we got via technology transfer or it is our indigenous vaccines. The government seed funded the indigenous ones in April 2020. Not many people know this. And as soon as we had proof of concept, they were given enough funds to augment their production so that they would suffice our large population. So, and now we are at a point where this year, India has committed to providing over 2 billion vaccine doses to the world in order to help the world come out of this pandemic. So I want to make 3 quick points so that in how both of our countries can work towards collaborating further, deeper, in the interest of the world. Number one, as you may all know, just a few weeks ago, our honorable prime ministers of both, Just a few weeks ago, our honorable prime minister, along with the WHO chief, Dr. Tedros, laid ground for a new WHO Global Traditional Medicine Center in India. The intent is to study the effectiveness of traditional medicines to fight current and new and emerging diseases. So in terms of our collaboration, clinical trials, double-blind studies, publishing joint peer review papers, and on various traditional medicine outcomes are the absolute need of the moment. My second point is that although COVID started as a serious medical emergency for most countries, and everybody sort of scrambled to get the tools that they needed, since global supply chains sort of had disintegrated. Very quickly, once we all had those tools, it ceased to be only a medical problem, and it became a socio-economic problem. So in terms of collaboration, what we also really need to do is work on how this kind of a war can be fought with precision surgical strikes versus blanket shutdowns that have massive impacts on our social and political structures. That's my second point. And my third point is that lots of countries, including ours, including the UK, some other countries that I've been visiting over the last 2 months, lots and lots of countries knew in October and November 2019 that there was something odd going on in China. It took 4 months from that point for the WHO to announce that it is an international epidemic of human concern. And only after that was it able to send its team on the ground in China. If there is more collaboration, deeper collaboration based on trust between friendly countries, I think we would be in a very different situation today than we were in March of 2020. So yes, so that's my final point, and with that, I will end my monologue.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, very interesting 3 points. Thank you, Priyam, and I look forward to your article in the Washington Post, which will be a kiss and tell, I hope. Right, look, we've got a bit of time because we did start late, so let's take a couple of questions from the audience. Is anybody burning? I mean, I can hear your tummy rumbling, but yeah, yes, sir. Please ask the question.
I do agree with you, Dr. Modi, on the fact that pandemics are not just healthcare emergencies, but they're also social, economic, and political entities. COVID has finished as far as the social, economic, and political systems are concerned. The healthcare system is yet to say that COVID is over. So I think the social and historical and economic dimensions of any future outbreaks has to be kept in mind, and this is a big lesson to learn. Where I disagree with you is that we shouldn't really be calling disease emergencies in using the lingo of warfare. We need to look at them as health emergencies. Thank you.
Okay, well, that's a viewpoint. I don't think, do you want to respond? Okay, yeah, go for it. We're going to see a local war here now.
No,
oh, okay, yeah, go for it.
Yes, one of our experiences, and by our experiences I mean India's experiences, is that we've also had to fight a very ferocious misinformation war from the global media community. And, and just as a small example, since we're all here, and we've been here since morning listening to everybody speak, that our vaccine approval process has been one of the most transparent processes in the world, with complete transparency on the members of the subject expert committee. I have the names with me. But many people of the media and the academic fraternity still believe that there was not enough transparency in the process. So yes, we've had to fight a very major misinformation campaign while struggling to save our people.
One of the casualties of COVID has been disinformation and misinformation. I'm sure many of you will agree, and this has been so difficult to fight, including the bit about the anti-vaxxers. I won't go there just now, but is there one more question that somebody, Arvind, you want to ask a question?
Thank you very much, Arvind Shah. Pleasure for that. I think Jayesh, you started that question, which I wanted to ask about.
A short question, please, because there's one other person.
I know.
So no commentary, just a question.
So thank you for illustrating the issues about pandemic. But one other thing which is important, if you want to get ready for next disaster or war, as what you said, we need to get our data right. And we need to get robust data collection and robust mortality, all that, probably seen in media and all that. Then it will give clarity of how much resources we need to put in. And working closely with in Pune, I know Dhar Poonawala, and he goes on about this. So I will appreciate that could be taken on board.
Thank you very much.
Can I just comment on that, Jess?
Yeah.
Can I just?
Yeah, sure.
Excellent point. The very fact that, I talked about the CoWIN app, in 5 seconds you'll get information, 1.9 billion data sets. If you look at the Ayushman Bharat health accounts, if you look at the Ayushman Bharat digital mission, all these are meant to do that. And it's not just about pandemic, it's about tuberculosis, it's about deliveries, it's about anemia. The whole idea is to go digital. And I think if there's anyone in this room who has any doubt about India's capability in terms of digitalization, well, 5 million Indians manufacture and create the software that most of the world uses today. So I think the IT capability is very much there and is going to be used in healthcare, which it never was. And I think COVID has taught us that.
Thank you very much, Anupam. Good point, excellent point. And if anybody has been to, I've been to Hyderabad, Bangalore, Chandigarh and Delhi, they have these cities of, they're all IT cities. It's amazing. They have a city with restaurants, everything in that. Subodh, you wanted to make a few points?
Just one quick point. I think just to kind of go back to the previous point and link to this one. I think I don't think that COVID is over for people. I think we think it's over, but I think just to give you an example, my relative died. They lost 15 lakh rupees in the lifetime savings in 10 days of illness. Now this is going to have an impact on the next generation. And that's one family that I know directly, but there are probably thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of others like that. Now, the science behind what happens when you have an early traumatic start to your life is very, very solid. It increases the chance of tuberculosis, it increases the chances of cancer, a whole lot of illnesses, mental illnesses. So the thing is that unless we have systems in place that can start looking at these as relevant factors, we're not going to solve it. And I think part of the answer lies in digital. So I think that's where, and what I really want to see is and Jed and Anupam, hopefully you'll want to make this happen, is some good exchange programs where we can start translating, bring in the systems literacy that exists in the UK with the preventative work, and Mala's here, a lot of expertise here about public health and public mental health as well, with the digital giant and superpower that India is, and I think that marriage will be a marriage made in heaven.
Yeah, underpinning all that with public health and general practice, of course, which we need to work at. We've got one last question. Gentleman wants a genuine question, I hope. Is that right? Did you want to ask a question? No? Yes. Yeah? Is that a genuine question or a comment?
It was actually a comment.
Can we spare the comment afterwards? Because we're just running late. Is that all right? So I'm really sorry about that, but I hope you don't mind. Okay, because we don't want to eat into that lunch, as I was saying, Catherine. So listen, thank you very much to the panelists. Thank you very much for being here, and hopefully look to a very good interactive session in the afternoon as well. Shankar, did you want to say any housekeeping announcements?
No, I think, well, thank you. That was an excellent panel. And so we'll now break for lunch. We'll be back here at 2:30. The lunch is up the stairs at the top. So if you just, I guess if you just follow the crowd, you'll find your way there, but it's up the stairs. Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for coming back post-lunch. Hopefully everybody had a lovely lunch and also managed to talk to a few people. So after lunch, we're very happy to have our next session, which is going to be chaired by Dr. Ramesh Mehta, who's the president of the British Association of Physicians of Indian Origin. So I'll hand over to him. The session is going to be on creating sustainable and future-ready healthcare systems. So, Dr. Mehta.
Thank you, Shankar. Hello, good afternoon. Have you had good lunch? I prepared that. And you will be pleased that I ensure that it's not going to be Indian food, because I know if you had Indian food, you need postprandial nap. So nobody is allowed to sleep. Actually, you can't. You will not be able to sleep because the type of panel members we have got, absolute stars. I know we have had excellent sessions, 2 important sessions in the morning and the inaugural session, but this is going to be out of the world. So please concentrate properly. Now, this session is called Sustainable and Future-Ready NHS. Would you agree that health is wealth?
Yep.
But unfortunately, health is not available to large proportion of people globally, which is so unfortunate. We are very lucky to be in this country, and we are lucky to have the National Health Service that we have free of charge, although we know that NHS is also struggling. Several problems. Workforce, of course, is a major problem. WHO have estimated that by 2030, globally, there will be shortage of 14 million healthcare workers. Now, how India and UK come into this? And this is what we are going to discuss with our brilliant panel that we have. But workforce is only one part of the whole jigsaw of sustainability of the healthcare over the years. We heard about the technology, we heard about genetics, we heard about different types of collaborations, public and private healthcare collaborations. But this time, we are going to concentrate more on workforce and training. But we are also going to discuss how other healthcare professionals like pharmacists can assist in this very important part of sustainable healthcare service globally for everybody. Now let me introduce to you my panel, and I would be grateful if you can join one by one on the stage. The first one we have got is an amazing person. He's a role model for all Indian doctors specifically, but for everybody. Professor Ajay Shah. He was born in Uganda. He came to UK when he was 16 years old, and he did his medical studies here, and he progressed in career, not only becoming a cardiologist, but he is the dean for the King's College Medical School, postgraduate school, human resources, and everything. So he is the boss at King's College. Amazing, isn't it? Thank you, sir, for joining us. We have got Professor Parag Singhal here. Parag is my colleague. He's endocrinologist at Bristol. He's also honorary secretary of BAPIO. But most importantly, he has solution for every problem. So Parag is also Executive Director of Bapu Training Academy, and he will be telling us about how he is going to sort out the problem of staff shortages. We then have another professor. My God, we got too many professors here. Now, this one is an exceptional person. He is Professor of Pharmacy, Professor Mahendra Patel. He is one of the national lead for COVID trial at University of Oxford. He is professional advisor to the Chief Pharmaceutical Officer, NHS E&I, and he is first fellow of NICE. Professor Mahendra Patel, please come here. Finally, and most importantly, we will be joined from India, all the way from India, somebody called Dr. Praveen Gedam. Now, he is another exceptional person, very young chap. I hope, oh, we can see him there. Oh, you got mustache, Praveen. You didn't have that before. So Praveen is the Additional Chief Executive Officer for National Health Authority of India. So he also comes from the same place where I graduated in central India, a place called Nagpur. Praveen, really nice to see you. So with that introduction, it's amazing. You know, one thing we are doing really right, and Rohit, thank you very much for this, that we start in right time, and Param, thank you from there. Indian time and English time, I hope you know the difference. So Indian time is always half an hour behind. But because we are in England, we have learned to follow English time, which is very important. Now, we are going to start in time and we are going to finish in time. But very importantly, I'm very keen that we have an interactive session with you people. So I'm going to ask our panel to speak for between 5 to 7 minutes. Please listen carefully and ensure that you challenge our panelists and ask some difficult questions. Now, fortunately, we have 2 people who will be carrying the microphone, rowing a microphone. So please speak, introduce briefly, and ask your question. Don't comment, just ask question. So maybe Dr. Ajay Shah, shall we start with you? And you will be talking on what?
Thank you very much, Ramesh Bhai. I will be talking on the future of medical training, and no pressure here at all from Ramesh Bhai. He has built us up so much, no pressure. So look, we had a really good discussion about some of the challenges this morning in healthcare. But the thing that we need to focus on now is what is medical training going to look like in the future, and what should it look like to meet these challenges? I did spend some time last night making some nice slides, but this morning I was told no slides. So I'm going to try and describe the slides to you and try and picture them. So the first thing I had was to tell you in very simple terms, what does medical training look like today, everywhere, throughout the world? It's very simple. We give kids an initial training in bioscience. You all remember that stuff. Then we teach them clinical skills. Then we teach them how to make a differential diagnosis. And then we do investigations and treatments. Now, if you think about the first bit, the clinical skills, this is what people were doing in ancient Egypt. And this is what people were doing in India. And this is what people were doing in Greece. It hasn't really changed. A few things have changed. For my psychiatrist colleagues, At King's College, we try to make sure that our students learn about the mind and the body. So some things have changed, but fundamentally, clinical skills is a very traditional, very old concept. The thing which has changed dramatically is that bit after differential diagnosis. You know, all kinds of investigations, all kinds of treatments, and everyone makes a big fuss about that. But sometimes, even for a cardiologist, you need to step back and ask the question, is this the right system? So why might it not be the right system? Well, first of all, let us think of some of the changes that are happening around us in the world. We have a technological revolution. And to be honest, it is much more advanced in other areas than in medicine. But even in medicine, if we think about the technological revolution, diagnostics are dramatic. You know, things are getting cheaper, faster, more complicated, but also easier to use. So we have amazing diagnostics. So we have things like near-patient assays, right? You go to a doctor, and we can imagine, even in 3 or 4 years, that you could just run a blood test, not for one thing, but for everything. You don't say, I think my patient has underactive thyroid. You say, let me do a blood test and see what they've got, right? The same concept with imaging. So just bear that in mind when we think about history, examination, diagnosis. You know, is this still going to be the way we do things? Then think about healthcare engineering. Amazing developments, all kinds of technology. Communication, 5G, 6G, 7G, remote stuff, drones, robotics, incredible. Omics, all kinds of omics. But the thing about omics has been around for a long time. The thing about omics is it's becoming easier to use. It's becoming cheaper. It's no longer science fiction that you could get a complete sequence of someone's genome. It's not science fiction. The question is, what do you do with that information? That's the question. The question is not, can you do it? Data. We talked a lot about data, really important, and AI. So we have a lot of changes in our environment. So let's just remember those when we think about how do we need to train our future doctors. Then we have some challenges, big challenges. We have the challenge of demand, ever-rising demand for healthcare, right? Everyone has a higher expectation. We have the problem of affluence. We get better at infectious diseases except COVID, but then we get obesity, diabetes, cardiovascular disease, affluence, aging, globalization. Just look how COVID spread all around the world. That's globalization. Diversity. I think we still, in most countries, teach a relatively non-inclusive curriculum. If you go to medical school at King's, you will probably not be very good at diagnosing a tropical disease. If you go to a medical school in some other country, you will learn about the local things. But so you know, we have an issue of diversity. Then we have bottlenecks. The biggest bottleneck is access to specialist skills and infrastructure. Just think about it. You have to see a cardiologist. There's a few. So you need to find a cardiologist. Then you need some treatment. You need a center that has all the things available. So there's a bottleneck, right? We have endless number of GPs, but we have a bottleneck. And that bottleneck is skills and equipment, and so on. So I could go on. Then we have another problem, which is that because of those bottlenecks, it can be that people have to go a long distance to find their care and diagnosis. So you don't have the access close to the patient. So that's another problem. And then the last one which I have is I like to call this technology looking for an application. If you Google for a wearable app, you will get thousands of them, right? But ask the question, how many of these are part of routine medical care? 0. So what's the problem? The problem is you have clever tech guys, and they go, I know what, I'll make this. And now, what should we use it for? It's the wrong way around. What you need is one of us to say, here's my problem, what technology, what can I create to solve the problem? It's technology for a solution, not technology looking for an application. So those are some of the challenges, and those are some of the changes in our environment. So then let me come to training. So what do we need to do? Now, this is a little bit of a crystal ball. It's not going to happen tomorrow, but I think that it's going to happen, so we need to think about it. We are going to need to train our medical doctors, future doctors, to be data and technology competent. At the moment, we have that foundation of bioscience. They will still need it, but data and technology competence, they need to be culturally competent. I do believe that we're going to have to disrupt this traditional pathway described of history, examination, diagnosis. If things become really cheap, why would you not possibly start with diagnosis much earlier if it is accessible? Then I think the other big thing is going to be to solve this problem of generalist versus specialist, where you have a bottleneck. And I think tech and AI and miniaturization and all the kind of things that we've talked about, and anyone's into tech, you can immediately imagine, here's the problem. So don't just create any old tech, but here's the problem, how can we solve it? And COVID has really sharpened the focus on this, hasn't it? Because, the question is, I'm sitting here, my patient is 20 miles away, but I want him to have, or her to have, the same care as if they were sitting here. We can solve that. We can absolutely solve that. But we need to teach our future doctors how to learn and do that. They need to solve it, not wait for somebody else to solve it. So that's just a little bit of a glimpse of what I think future training should look like. And the last thing, because that's the focus of this conference, the India-UK partnership. I think this partnership is perfect to collaboratively work on this new pathway of medical training. We can, all of us, imagine the complementary skills that are on both sides of the partnership, but we have this amazing test bed in India because of the scale, in terms of distances and population. You can imagine how things could be trialed, validated, proven, and implemented. So that would be my vision for medical. And maybe just one last parting thought is that I'm sure, will be blurring the boundaries between doctors and nurses and other health professionals, because people are going to need different kinds of skills, and this traditional concept that here's the doctor and here's the pharmacist and here's the nurse is going to change. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's amazing presentation about a likely future of training, and I'm sure there are a lot of physicians sitting here wondering whether bedside medicine is much more important, or is it the technology which is much more important? Any burning question before we go to the next speaker? Okay, only one question at this time. At the end, we will have panel discussion. So there is a microphone there. Please, brief question, yeah?
Okay, my name is Meenakshi. I'm an academic foundation doctor at Imperial. I've done lots of work in technology whilst in medical school, and it was almost frowned upon when I was doing the non-clinical technology work. So I was just wondering, are we going to be a bit more welcoming towards technology in medical school? Or should we have another program like the Technology Foundation program that gears you towards those kind of roles later on, but also still retain the clinical staff in medicine?
I think we need to have technology embedded all the way through the medical program. And just to correct any misconception, I'm not saying that technology is going to take over from doctors. What I'm saying is that with the use of technology, many more doctors will be able to do the kinds of things that at the moment, some of them only specialists do. And also, a lot of things will become simpler, so that in the end, you'll still be a doctor, but you might be able to treat, deal with a lot of patients immediately next to you in your surrounding environment, and you don't have this system where you constantly have to look for somebody else to solve something complicated.
Thank you very much. You are lucky because Professor Shah is the Executive Dean of Faculty of Life Science and Medicine at King's. So he's the boss. So he will ensure all medical students will learn all the technology. Anyway, so now I'm going to invite our next speaker. He has solution for everything. Professor Parag Singhal. I also know that he prefers bedside medicine to technology. So let's hear from Professor Singhal.
Thank you, Ramesh Bhai. So we are going to talk about sustainable healthcare. And I'm presenting, or going to present, a very simplistic approach of how to make healthcare sustainable. And just picking on some of the points Professor Shah made. In my humble opinion as a frontline clinician, what I see today is health system, or practically every health system, being challenged by three problems: over-investigation, over-treatment, and specialization, or too much specialization. And all of this is leading to rising cost in healthcare. And if we have to talk about reducing the cost of healthcare to make healthcare sustainable, or any health system sustainable, we have to think about, or what Professor Shaw talked about, change in medical education, and bring focus back on clinical medicine. And that clinical medicine is nothing, very simply, history taking, physical examination, constructing a differential diagnosis and narrowing it down. And that is why we went to medical school for 5 years. That is why we trained during our postgraduate years for so many years. So if after 9 years of postgraduate training and 5 years of medical training in medical school, 14 years, if we are not able to make a diagnosis, something is seriously wrong. As a patient, if I have got pneumonia, I want to be treated with pneumonia with proper antibiotics. The other thing the health systems are facing is antimicrobial resistance. That's the biggest threat to the humanity. And in India, it is estimated by year 2050, there are going to be millions of deaths just because of AMR. So we have to think differently. And I think this is one area where we need to put our efforts and focus back to talk about sustainable healthcare. Let's just take another issue, which is as part of India-UK partnership. So India produces more than 80,000 MBBS doctors every year. However, only 30,000 manage to get into postgraduate training program. So 50,000 doctors funded by the government actually end up just being MBBS doctors, not really useful to the society. They don't have the skills to function as general physicians. They may claim to be doctors, but actually they don't have the skills. UK, on the other hand, is facing workforce crisis. Thousands of shortage of doctors at different levels, junior, middle grade, and so on and so forth. So what I'm going to present is what BAPU Training Academy has done, utilizing the gaps, utilizing the opportunities present there, and creating something very unique, very innovative, first of its kind, and highly ambitious programs. So we decided to enroll those MBBS students from India who are not getting into postgraduate medical programs in India, selecting them for 4-year composite training. 2 years delivered in our chosen hospitals in India, recognized by BTA and UK University. And the focus of that training during those 2 years is bedside medicine, pure bedside medicine. That training will be delivered by local faculty, but topped up by UK faculty who have overarching role for quality purposes. They will be visiting India 4 times a year, topping up and aligning them to UK working. After achieving certain competencies laid down by BAPU Training Academy as well as GMC, they will come to UK for further 2 years of training. So it's a composite 4 years training. We expect them to clear their Royal College exam after 4 years of training. Now that's their clinical bit done. So we want them to become fine clinicians. We want them to become general physicians, general surgeons, et cetera, et cetera. But if we are talking about the future challenges, current challenges in any health system, we have to create what you call leadership in them for them to understand the challenges. So we have enrolled them in MBA in Healthcare Leadership from University of South Wales, which is a bespoke MBA program we have created for them. So idea being that after 4 years of training, these doctors will not only have Royal College qualification, which could be MRCP, MRCAM, or different specialties, but also has MBA. So they'll be able to work as fine clinicians and system leaders. And a lot of them will go back to India, and they can serve India better after going back. Some of them will stay on in UK, and they can contribute to the NHS workforce crisis in the UK. And the benefit is also to the trainees, because normally they wouldn't have got an opportunity for further training. Now, that's the second stage I'm going to describe quickly. Not every doctor can come to UK because the UK capacity is limited. So as part of Indo-UK partnership, we have created another highly ambitious project, which is capacity building largely in India, and we will be training 2,000 doctors in India over the next 5 years using UK University to provide masters in acute medicine and primary care. So we have combined the course in such a way that they will be exposed to being generalist as well as primary care exposure. Helping India, that's what India needs. That's what any health system needs. And that is where we are missing. Now, some of them will come to UK helping in the primary care sector, able to work in the GP where the crisis is happening. And this project was conceived last year in the India-UK conference done in September in Birmingham. And we have delivered, living up to the promise that we will deliver something. And Prime Minister Johnson, during his recent visit to India and during his discussions with Prime Minister Modi, he announced 6.9 million grant towards this project because it was quite fascinating to both the governments how India-UK partnership can flourish. So what I was trying to describe was very simply that we not only talk, we actually deliver. And we have currently 65 trainees in India, a part of 2+2 program. And by year end, we'll have 100 trainees. Our current programs are in general medicine, general surgery, emergency medicine, and general surgery.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Parag. So the discussion is technology versus leadership in medicine. That's very interesting. I was hoping that there will be time for some question now, but I'm just looking at the clock and we got 20 minutes. So I'm going to hand over to Mahendra Bhai. And can you just describe what is your thought about the role of pharmacists in sustainable future healthcare? And if you can please do in 5 minutes, because we have to get then Mr. Gedam. I know you like half an hour.
I think you can see the inequalities here already on this front table. Really. And I've continued to bang on this drum for a long, long time, but however. You can see Ramesh Bhai blushing at this stage as well. Anyway, look, joking aside, it's interesting really, and I'll keep an eye on the clock as well, that we're talking about the Sustainable Health Programme. But I'd like to ask you as all healthcare professionals, just look at your next door neighbour. And if you've asked them what they do you actually know how that links up to the wider healthcare system? First point. The second point is if we extend that, if we're going to get a fully integrated healthcare system, which I'm sorry India don't have, and UK are on the moment of trying to connect that, weave the thing together, you must know what our fellow colleagues are doing and their skills and their reach and their capacity. And I would like to ask how many people know on this platform, what is it that a pharmacist does? And what, is it just handing out the pills? That's what happens in India. I went to a community pharmacy, and I always do it in India. I go into a local community pharmacy, I've got diarrhea, what can I have? Here's some antibiotics, here's some Imodium, and if it doesn't work, here's some Dara-Lite as well. No questions asked, right? So I think we need to look at that wider role, and we're talking about, Professor Shah clearly mentioned about the wider healthcare professions that we have within, under our reach. And we've got some very intelligent people. In India, I think they're exceptionally intelligent, much more intelligent than I am in various corners. And I think we, as Indian people, it's just a very intelligent workforce. And what we have here is that what we need is a workforce that's fit for purpose. And that's where we're trying to get to. If we don't have a workforce that's fit for purpose with the changes that's coming on, with the health demands that's being put on ourselves, be it in whatever sector of practice you're working on, or be it in primary care, secondary care, or community, we need that workforce. And because of the demands as well, and how do we do that? And perhaps we need to link up that extra multidisciplinary healthcare professional, and we're all under one umbrella. And from that, so it's improving that skill set. We've heard it today, this morning, the training. How do we get that training? And I think we need our professional bodies to work into that so that they can do that training, but from a credentialing perspective that lines up with all the other healthcare disciplines as well. So we're all firing on one, and we can see the status of that person in that level. We're just working on a consultant pharmacist program now that we have, so that in the communities, that aligns with the consultant position that we have in secondary care. So that's something that we're working through. And what about the wider workforce, our technicians? Technicians, we sort of put them to one side, really. But they can be skilled, equipped, so that we can be then alleviated to take on more of the clinical roles. I've only got to the first part here. Anyway, the practice side of it. And, you know, pharmacists are there for the safe and effective use of medicines. And we talk about common ailments. India is rife with common ailments. I've just mentioned this diarrhea business. Every time I'm going to get chucked out antibiotics, they don't even ask if I've got any resistance or anything, really. And I think perhaps as a learning model from the whole wider perspective of what we're doing here, sharing that learning and working together from that angle, really. And I think the other part is the long-term condition management. Diabetes is so high. Cardiovascular disease, not just in this country, but for of Indian origin, we are obviously very highly exposed and at risk of developing type 2 diabetes. And it's how do we get that service into our local areas? And it's that local access that we need to improve. And through that, we can extend that to wider areas. If you look at nursing care, care homes, even in this country, care homes, you've got all those patients under that roof with all the medicines, the polypharmacy, all the diagnosis going through, and you haven't, nobody there has got the skills to be an expert in medicines, to have a look at that patient's history and to change that plan, really. And that's perhaps where we're trying to get to, is one pharmacist per care home, so that becomes an ideology. And I think that very quickly is that we're now moving into a prescribing status here, and pharmacists from this current year that we have, in 2026, all pharmacists will have prescribing status. And that then brings in that wider aspect of alleviating the backlog that we have as well, really. And then develop an expertise in an area that they want to and go and specialise. And is this something that we need to look at in India as well? I'm looking at the learnings and how we can share this. Digital, we've mentioned digital, but it's not just the healthcare professionals, Professor Shah, that needs to be trained, but also our audience. They need to be also equipped and to be trained and to have the knowledge base to be able to do that. Otherwise, we're going to widen these health inequalities. I'm going to rush very quickly now. And then the other part is, if you look at what we have in the COVID situation, we've been doing virtual consultations. Doctors have been doing virtual consultations, nurses have been, and is this the new way forward in terms of accessing health in India, in the remote areas that we have? So digital technology, if you look at pharmacogenomics, so pharmacists will be doing pharmacogenomic testing, and therefore, if that patient then can potentially, we would be able to look at if they're metabolizing a particular drug quicker, slower, faster, then we can tailor that dosage accordingly because of this status as well. We're giving this start to finish journey that we have. Hospitals, discharge medicine service now going straight into community pharmacy. That patient is not isolated or closeted. It's not compartmentalized. There's a connect. So when the patient is discharged, that discharge medicine service goes straight into the community pharmacy. That's followed back up again. So there's a connect. That patient is not lost saying, okay, this is what your medicines are, etc. And the final part is the antimicrobial resistance, or the nearly final part. The antimicrobial resistance. I was in India in 2020 just as the COVID pandemic was about to hit. We all know about the antimicrobial stewardship and the guardianship program that we have. And in India, I visited a number of states, and this was in a matter of 5 days. India, Antibiotic Guardians, we had registered, which has started a program in 2016 here in Europe. India had 350 antimicrobial guardians. I did a program, and I was traveling very, very quickly and very fast from various parts of the country, nearly became ill at the time, in 4 or 5 days. That changed from 350 to 4,000 antibiotic guardians. And that was just a model. I'm just teasing, putting that little seed into your heads that we need more of this, scale it up. And that's why, if you look at the vaccination program, look at the vaccine, and in India are going very strong on that, and pharmacists will be involved in that. But perhaps a wider vaccination in terms of flu, in terms of hepatitis vaccines that are going through as well. And this is the final part. The final part is knowing and understanding are we culturally competent? And that's not just in this country, but in India as well. And it's that cultural competency that we need to look at across the disciplines in order to give the best service that we can. And from that, if we look at the research that I've been involved in, as one of the national leads in the world's largest clinical trial ever, the panoramic trial and the principal trial, which all these trials are breaking records, and we'll be reporting on that in June. That has been done and supported through pharmacy, by putting pharmacy in there, putting that footprint in every corner that you can imagine, UK-wide, that's never been reached out from a public health perspective. Should we look at that wider? And is this a model that India can adapt very, very quickly? Thank you very much. It's just some seeds to plant in your head.
Thank you very much. Workforce fit for purpose. Thank you. Well done. And you just took 7 minutes. Could we just probably get Mr. Gedam from India? Praveen, can you hear us? I hope you heard all our panel members, and we look forward to hearing from you what the government of India is doing in healthcare, and please update us about the work you are doing. I hope 5 to 7 minutes should be good for you. Praveen, go ahead.
Yes.
We can hear you.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you so much. Yes. Thank you so much for inviting me to this conference. I have attended the first one in person, and then after this COVID, it's this how we actually deal, right? So I am directly.
Oh.
But he stopped.
Praveen, carry on. Praveen, carry on, please.
Yeah, I think there is a lag, and I can hear my own speech after a few seconds. Yeah, okay. So I heard all the panelists and I implement two schemes directly at my level. And there is some problem in audio connection, I think. So that's why I'm not. Am I audible?
Speakers. No?
You should stop your mic here because he's hearing your own. He's hearing his own. You should switch off that mic.
How?
So that he doesn't hear the echo.
We can't.
Okay.
Okay, let's try now.
It's all our fault.
Ravin, just start again.
Now we can't hear you because the mic is switched off.
Did you push it?
You can start again.
Okay. So we implement two programs in my level at Government of India. One is a health insurance scheme for 540 million Indians. And when we talk about sustainability, we have to consider the issue of mismatch between the demand of healthcare and what India's current capacity, particularly in the government, is. And this health insurance scheme, in a way, has enabled private healthcare infrastructure and the system to be used for providing healthcare to Indians, particularly the bottom 40% Indians, which was hitherto not possible. So this is one area where we are working, and another very exciting mission that we have started a couple of years ago, and it was launched nationwide around last September, is the Digital Health Mission of India. We intend to create a good digital health ecosystem. Now, this digital health is one of the very difficult space for digitization, and this is the experience world over. So we have been going on with some innovative solutions, which to provide very easy to use digital health solutions to healthcare providers. And one very interesting aspect of it is to promote interoperability. Now, I know that UK has a system which is predominantly dominated by one entity, that is NHS. But in India, the system is extremely fragmented. We have a plethora of private and public healthcare providers spread over 36 states and territories. In such a fragmented system with disparate digital technologies being used, integration across these digital silos has been difficult world over. But we have been trying to do some pilot. We have done pilot, in fact, successfully. And I'm very excited to share that the pilot has been successful. The nationwide rollout has been done. And currently 800 such digital systems are getting integrated. Now, we discussed about issues like antimicrobial resistance and such other challenges. One of the interesting outcome of this initiative is that we can anonymize data, aggregate it, and can see the epidemiological trends and do certain other analysis, such as antimicrobial resistance in a given geography over a given period of time. I think that's going to be a kind of breakthrough as far as proper medication or proper antibiotic treatment is concerned. There are many such similar outcomes that are expected apart from the usual expected ones, such as improved clinical decision. We also discussed about gap in the healthcare providers numbers. As a part of this mission, we are creating a registry of healthcare providers, professionals, as well as facilities. And recently, Government of India has decided that we will, since a lot of professionals are going abroad from India, and we can see a few of them on the panel right now. So we are also going to expose our APIs of our program to the world to make our professionals available for the world through the government platform. So you could be able to see, for example, if UK wants a nurse who can speak a particular language or who has a particular kind of qualification, or a doctor with a particular kind of attributes, you can do so from an authentic source. And I hope this platform will be launched by the month of August. So not very far from today, but there are so many initiatives like this which we are currently taking, going ahead. And last but not the least, during the recent visit of UK's Prime Minister to India, the joint declaration by both the Prime Minister specifically talks about collaboration in the area of digital health between NHS and NHA of India. So we are actually looking forward to that exciting collaboration and exchange of knowledge between the two countries going forward. Thank you once again for giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts, and I hand it over back to the moderator.
Praveen, in short time, that was amazing. You are the best person sitting in India following English time. Thank you. Would you take one or two questions? Any questions for Mr. Gedam in India?
Yes, one.
Okay, Arvind, here. A short question here.
Thank you very much. It's a privilege to be in this forum with UK-India partnership, and also to see on Government of India representation, and also in connection with what a recent visit brought up to like 6.9 million funds to UK in terms of improving connection and healthcare collaboration. One of the things which is very close to my heart is child health, and everybody knows that. And I come from village. Today, at the moment, like 60% of population is rural. 30% of GPs which you see, 30% of population is pediatrics, and they still treat pediatric as a small child, a small adult. And I think it is our duty, like, to make sure that with digital platform and now with collaboration going between the two countries, those GPs could be trained in pediatric aspect, like diploma in child health, because there are some diploma in child health and areas in in India, but they're not authenticated. So I didn't want to say authenticated, but they're not robust enough. And I think this is an opportunity to utilize that, and I think it's our duty to connect to that with this partnership, so that today even my brother's son, little one, get unwell, I have to go right down to the city, and it's time critical. So
okay, so your question is training in child health. Correct. Praveen, any comments on that in India? Through your digital technology, is it possible to train the GPs in child health?
He hasn't heard.
No? Praveen?
I can't hear.
Okay, maybe we'll ask Professor Ajay Shah.
Well, I'm the obvious person to ask as an adult cardiologist. But also he told me to give a short answer, so the answer is yes.
Yeah. Actually, we've been trying to develop a diploma course in child health. And I was asking Professor Shah if we could do it from King's College University, and he said yes, so that will be very good. Okay, the next session is 3:15. Can we have one question? I'm just asking Madhu there. Okay, short question, please. Yeah, go on.
So, Professor Shah, my question is about diagnostic testing. Standards become very important. Unfortunately, most standards are based on Caucasian populations. So is there any move to more broad-based this?
Yeah, you raise a very, very important question. I think there's progress in many areas. For example, if I give a couple of examples, for example, obesity, we have specific standards for South Asians, for example. If we think about who needs treatment for cholesterol and maybe which statin should be used, we have specific standards for South Asians, but we don't have it in everything. So it's an important question. Yeah, very important. And during the COVID, we had the first study in the world, I think, to show that South Asians, or everybody in this room, after you control for everything else, if you or I get COVID, we're more likely to die than any other ethnicity. And this is not poverty or socioeconomic circumstances or anything. Over and above everything else, we're more likely to die. So I think it's just an example that it's very, very important question.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Praveen, do you want to make any comment? Can you hear us? If you can hear us, just raise your hand or thumb. Or no?
Which one? Yeah, but he should, yeah. Try that.
Can you hear us, Praveen?
Try
Can
that.
you hear us?
Ramesh bhai, try that.
Can you hear us?
No.
Okay, no. Oh, yes. Amazing. Good to see your hand. Any comment before we close? We are so grateful.
Yes, I can.
Yeah, go on, please.
Yes, I can.
Yeah, your final comment.
That's it.
That's it, okay. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I know you wanted question and some question answers, but we are short of time. We are short by 5 minutes, so I'm sorry, Madhu, on your session. But what we heard is something very, very important. There is a lot of thought needs to go into technology versus leadership amongst clinicians, workforce fit for purpose, very important discussion, the training of future doctors and clinicians and so on. So do we think it was a useful session? Yes. Shall we thank this wonderful man?
Thank you very much, Dr. Mehta. That was, I think, a very interesting session, and I think very pertinent, because everything else, at the end of everything has to be delivered via the healthcare system, no matter what technology we're talking about, has to be delivered by doctors, and I think that's why it was very relevant. And I think the next session ties in very well with what we just heard, and also with the sessions this morning, because it is all about delivering next generation healthcare. And I think we'll cover some of the topics that have already been touched upon, like genomics, artificial intelligence, and big data. So I will hand over to Madhukar Bose, who's the digital health lead from the Department for International Trade, and he will introduce the panelists.
Thank you, Shankar. Welcome, and thank you again for being here. Thanks to the RCP for hosting us. Thank you to Rohit and his team at the High Commission of India for pulling this all together. This session, as Shankar said, is about delivering next generation healthcare. It is a little frustrating when your previous speakers and panelists have kind of stolen some of your best lines. But it is, in effect, a sign that technology is really now being seen as, and I say technology in a very broad sense, as if it means something very specific, but do excuse that, that we are looking at technology in broad sense as really playing a very key role in delivering the next generation of healthcare. One thing that you find, and I think we are all a bit guilty of doing that, is when we talk about technology, we very quickly talk about big data or AI or virtual reality or things like that. But those are solutions. What we need to do, and I think Professor Ajay mentioned this earlier, is we need to think about what the problems are that we're trying to solve, and then look at how technology can help solve those problems. Because if you don't do that, you will throw a solution at a problem which doesn't entirely solve that problem, or in the end will create a situation where the technology doesn't get adopted, for example, getting buy-in from clinicians and so on and so forth. So I think we are going to look at a few different aspects of types of technologies that we, through the session and through our panel, that we feel have a really great potential to transform healthcare. One of those is AI and imaging, and I think that's no surprise. We've already mentioned how important that is turning out to be. Then we've got genomics and precision medicine, and again, a huge promise. Someone said omics have been around for a long time. Absolutely right, but we are getting closer and closer to achieving the goal of personalized medicine. And the third area is a relatively niche one, which is robotic surgery. And it is hugely exciting, but also from a systemic and efficiency perspective, as well as clinical outcomes, it has some really good, promising outcomes. So I'm going to start, I'm going to play a bit of a magic trick. I'm going to invite my panel members and hope that they magically appear from out of the audience. So my first panel member is Dr. Alexandra Smith, who is a senior consultant for genomics and precision medicine at IQVIA. Good. We got Professor Prokar Dasgupta, who is a professor of surgery. He's the chair in robotic surgery and urological innovation at King's College London. Great, 2 out of 3, 2 out of 4. Sumit Jamwar, who is co-founder of Global Gene Corp. Sumit, nice to see you again. And we have one online joiner. I don't know if he's online. Yes, great. Dr. Vidur Mahajan, who is CEO of Carpal.ai and Associate Director of Mahajan Imaging. Welcome, Dr. Mahajan. It's 10 seconds, okay, right. I was counting the previous session of how long it takes for the message to be heard, so that we've got to wait that long to make sure that the response does come. Dr. Mahajan, can you hear us?
My pleasure.
Okay, I think we're there. Okay, so I'm going to take a seat and we'll continue. So I would like to ask each of my panel members to give us a brief introduction about your work and to tell us the one thing that you feel from your area of specialism and your area of work that can really transform healthcare. And if you can do that in 4 minutes or less, then you're a genius.
Am I going first? Okay. Well, yes, Alexandra Smith from IQVIA. Now, over the last few years, IQVIA has been really working on expanding and developing our capabilities in the genomic space. So that includes wet labs, technology platforms, analytics platforms, as well as all the expertise needed around that to deliver really exciting studies in genomics. Now, what my team is doing is trying to knit all of those different pieces of technology, those different capabilities together into a quote-unquote end-to-end solution. But more importantly, we're looking at how does that solution relate, on the one hand, to our life science clients who are often very well versed in using genomic data, know what they're looking for, know what they're asking for. And on the other hand, how do they relate to stakeholders in the payer, provider, and government space who often will be, on the one hand, generating a lot of that data through national programs and so forth, but also using the data in a slightly different way and implementing it directly into healthcare. So that's kind of what the team is doing. We're working very closely with the payer, provider, and government space to really get them to think a little bit differently, a little bit creatively about how they generate the data and how it gets integrated into clinical care delivery. Now, in terms of the one area we think genomics is going to really have an impact in, I mean, it's really hard to just choose one. It's so broad, but ultimately it's about improving patient outcomes. So whether that is through accelerating discovery, improving clinical trial design through genomic stratification of patients, or whether it's about, understanding at the national level population health. How do you use that to inform healthcare policy? How do you think long-term about how the genomics of a population impact? And then on a much more kind of short-term practical side, it's thinking about things like accelerating diagnostics in rare disease. We have an awful lot of information already about specific gene variants that are linked to diseases. If we can, to the point that was made in the previous session, if we can do those tests, bring the diagnostic step earlier, we can accelerate that diagnosis, often catch them earlier, and improve outcomes for those patients. And then finally, on the pharmacogenomics piece, which again was alluded to in the previous session, is a really, really exciting and kind of almost quick win way of implementing a lot of knowledge that we have already to really help target treatments to patients, make sure that the right patient is getting the treatment that will work for them. But also, very importantly, is the flip side of that, is making sure that patients who will have an adverse drug reaction to a particular treatment are not being prescribed that treatment. We know for a fact that 1 in 15 hospital admissions in the UK is due to an adverse drug reaction. So if we can start to alleviate that pressure on the healthcare system through wider use of pharmacogenomics, that's a huge win for the healthcare system, and often doesn't require really expensive or really elaborate techniques like whole genome sequencing. Can be done with much smaller panel assays and genotyping. I'll stop there.
Thank you. Thank you. Professor Dasgupta.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. Prabhakar Dasgupta. I am the King's Health Partners Professor of Surgery. I'm a surgeon scientist in the same university as Professor Ajay Shah. So there's a common misconception. Let me put that out of your minds. Most people think that we robotic surgeons program a machine, press a button, sit and drink coffee, and the machine just goes. There you are. That's what the press would have you believe. The press will regularly say, there's a patient operated on by a robot. Nothing could be further from the truth. Actually, that robot existed at King's 30 years ago. It was developed by the first robotic surgeon in the world, my guru, John Wickham, the late John Wickham. And that was actually a completely automated system for prostate surgery. But now, today, the robots are all controlled by human beings. Another important thing to put in context, we have a number of different things coming in the pipeline. Genomics, chemotherapy, immunotherapy. I'm a scientist. My main scientific interest is the immunology of the prostate gland. But if you look at 100 years of cancer care, there's one thing that has remained constant and cures patients. Guess what? It's surgery. Every time we think it's going to disappear and be replaced by something else, that hasn't happened. Surgery in most countries, including India, 95% is performed by the open method, where you take a knife, you make a cut in some part of the body, and you take a part out and stitch other things together. Many of you, I would suspect half of you in the audience, have had something like that already. By robotic surgery, we mean making keyholes, minimal invasion, which today you can do non-robotic. You can just put something which looks like a straight stick like that, make a hole, put a straight stick. The problem is that is very difficult for the surgeon. They have to get in different positions to move those straight sticks because they don't have their hands inside the patient. Robotic surgery is using tiny little wrists. The best 3D HD TV you can buy, magnified 10 times, no tremor, tiny little cuts. And guess what? The best thing you can do for the patient is less blood loss, less pain, shorter hospital stay. Why not have it? Now, the evidence sometimes, including my own, comparing open, keyhole, and robotic surgery, does not always go in favor of robotic surgery. So you may say, why are we going to spend so much money in India if you don't show better outcomes? We are coming after 20 years to a point where we can finally show those better outcomes. With the Verticuti Foundation based in Detroit, we are the King's Verticuti Institute of Robotic Surgery. At the time, there were 4 such institutes: London, Belgium, and 2 in the United States. The Verticuti Foundation went into India. At that time, there were 4 robots in India. Now there are 70 plus. I spoke at Prime Minister Modi's Vaibhav Summit. I was invited to speak during the pandemic. And today, India is just about to launch its first indigenous robot called Mantra. If you look on the press, it's just about to launch. I don't know how good or how bad it is, but at least there's an indigenous competitor, which I think will bring costs down. So the best thing I think you can do is help patients. And certainly if I or a member of my family had an option to have robotic surgery, today that's exactly what I would do. So it should be no different for our other Indian patients. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dasgupta. I was recently visited a company in Cambridge called CMR Surgical.
Correct.
And I was having a go at their Versius robot to try and understand how it works. And it was
Did you enjoy
a very interesting experience, yes.
Did you know that CMR was not launched in the UK?
No, I didn't know.
It was launched in Lata Mangeshkar's hospital in Pune.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
So the first trials happened in India.
That's in India.
I was involved because I'm very close to certain doctors who we trained in King's who are now in that hospital. And now we have done the first such prostate cancer and adrenal cancer surgery in King's in the UK. But the first launch was in India, and India and Pakistan now have the biggest experience of Versius in the world. The Sindh Institute of Urology and Technology have done 100 plus operations using this. No other center has achieved that.
Well, sticking with Cambridge for a second, I'm going to go over to Sumit.
Thanks, Maddie. It's great to be on the panel. And my name is Sumit Jamwar. I spent most of the last decade trying to map the diversity of genomics in the Indian population. And as you know, India is almost 4,500 different ethnicities, population subgroups, and it's almost 50% of the world's population diversity. So when you think about the interesting insights that can come out of the population, if you think about the cures that we can create, if we understand what is causing a disease and the signals around the disease, it's a fascinating scientific discovery opportunity, and that's what excites me. I'm here because what got me onto the journey is an opportunity to see if we can change the way healthcare is today, which is reactive. And I was delighted to hear some of the conversations today because the esteemed audience as well as the panel members talked about it, is how do we change a reactive situation where something happens to me, a symptom happens, and then I go for a treatment, to something which is proactive, which is I pick things up early. I pick things up before they happen. I promote wellness and I incentivize wellness. And in some cases, I would like to make you redundant, doctor, where you don't even need a surgery, but you insert a stem cell or something and then you're healed, right? And that's the cusp of the revolution that we're sitting at right now. And that's what is truly exciting. And I think we are all very grateful, and I'm very grateful to be alive in this time when we can all play a small role in it. I think the bit which this is an enlightened audience who knows very well, but as a layperson, what excites me is, if I look at the code in the DNA, right, it's like the instruction manual for life. And I trained as an engineer, so I'm a slight misfit in this audience of doctors, but I trained as an engineer. Engineers are, they think about systems. They think about what is it, what's the code, what's the instruction manual. And what fascinates me is if I have the code, and yes, we have the technology now to convert the biological information we have in our cells into machine-readable information. And then I have the technology, which is AI, machine learning, and the infrastructure associated with it, to interpret that huge amount of data. What can we do with it? And that's where the use cases, which Alexandra said, is whether it's discovering new drugs or vaccines. We've seen what has happened with COVID-19. I mean, 10 months to get to a vaccine, phenomenal. What would have taken us 10 to 15 years? What about diagnostics? Can we pick things up early? Absolutely. There's a revolution which is happening around there. And so when you think about, or even lifestyle that people are applying, that's the revolution that's happening, where we are getting things which are personalized to us in the way that we're looking at it, and we have the tools to be able to do that. Now, one of the critical pieces which is there is, if you take my DNA and you sequence it, the question is, I need to compare it to something to be able to give me an insight. And that's the problem we were looking to solve, because 80% of all genomic data was from people who were from European ancestry, right? So you suddenly are going and saying, Sumit, I've sequenced you, that's great, but I'm comparing you to Mr. Smith, because that's the only data I have, when we know that genomics is all about precision, and 99.9% we are similar. So the question, the devil's in the detail. And that's where the reference is the gap, which I think collectively I'm delighted that governments and private parties are working together to solve that. Now, the question I want to leave you with is two things. One is, this is exciting. What excites me around this is, first of all, because of the high usage and different business curves, it's becoming more and more affordable, which is fantastic, because I'm personally driven by not making it available just for a few, but it's for how do we make it available for billions, right? That's where India's COVID test, for example, for 4 or 5 pounds is very different from what we used to pay here, but that's the drive, in terms of cost drive and affordability drive that's happening. And the second and the larger question is, and it goes to the heart of everything we do, is can we make illness optional? Right? Can we make illness optional? Let's pause on that. That's the question that we are all striving towards, because that's what the best doctors who care about us want to do. That's what each one of us wants to do, which is live life to a full potential. And I think where we are at this moment of time, this confluence of technology, this confluence of knowledge, this confluence of training, this confluence of talent coming on board, this confluence of user experience and successes that we have had, it gives me the optimism that that day is not far off, that we might be looking back and saying, that wasn't such a crazy idea. We did make illness optional. I'll end there. Thank you.
Thank you, Sumit. I would like to leave that option out, if I can, of taking on an illness, if we can make it optional. But yeah, interesting thought. I'm just going to see if we can bring Dr. Mahajan in and hear his thoughts about the work that Mahajan Imaging is doing and Carpal.ai is doing around generating, testing, validating AI, and what he considers to be the biggest opportunity in that space.
Thank you so much, everyone. I'm sure that was a long, it's actually 13 seconds, not 10 seconds. And, thank you for having me. So I ran Mahajan Imaging, which is a chain of imaging centers in North India for almost a decade. So what I do now, Carpal is essentially a single platform for testing and deployment of AI solutions for radiology. What does that mean, right? Radiology as a field of diagnostics, has been largely unchanged for the past 5-6 decades, ever since it came to the fore. And the challenge is that it's extremely human dependent. Right? You need this highly trained person, you need this radiologist to look at each and every scan and physically determine whether and what illness a person has until the time we make it optional. The challenge there is that even though radiology is a fixed cost business, you can essentially scan 100 patients or 10 patients and it costs you the same from an infrastructure and manpower perspective, except for this radiologist. So there have been a lot of attempts around the world. I'm sure folks in the audience would be aware that there are a lot of AI solutions that are being built all over the world to address various aspects of this value chain, right, across body part, modality, and disease, right? So almost it's chest, X-ray, tuberculosis, head, CT, stroke. So such niche applications are being built all over the world. But the problem herein lies that there will be hundreds of such applications, and a hospital is going to find it extremely impossible almost to get in touch with hundreds of such applications, figure out whether they even perform to the same extent on their data or not, and lastly deploy them into their clinical workflows, into their PACS systems, EMR systems, so on and so forth. So with Cartwheel, we have essentially made this middle layer. It's a single software interface that healthcare providers can utilize to get access to almost like a marketplace of AI solutions. And the idea there is to eventually lead to democratization of radiology, similar to what has happened in the world of pathology and lab medicine. Right? Even here in India, you throw a stone and it will probably hit somebody who's running a path lab, right? Because this beautiful advent of automation and robotics has come in and created these essentially black boxes into which you put in blood and you get out a number, and 99% of the time a human being can simply sign off that report. Now, so what are we trying to do with Cartwheel? What is the end game, right? Very simply, we want radiologists to be 5x, 10x, 20x more efficient, more productive, right? This is the whole field of AI where AI systems do the same things that human beings do today, but at the same time, mark out the edge cases. So AI does the simple stuff. AI does normal X-rays. AI does normal MRIs. And the complicated things come to the human being, very much again like the field of pathology. And this is going to exponentially increase productivity of radiologists around the world. The second aspect is around doing things that humans cannot do. So what are things like that? Very much like the world of genomics, you can use imaging data to predict disease. There are studies that have shown that you can analyze a mammogram system. Sorry, I keep hearing myself. You can have a mammogram image and a machine can look at that image and you can tell with a fairly high degree of confidence as to what the 5-year probability of developing breast cancer in that image is. I don't think that kind of capability exists with people, right? You can take a bad old MRI scanner, apply a layer of deep learning on it, and make it produce images that are very much like newer 3 Tesla MRI scanners, thereby reducing cost of radiology and democratizing the whole field. Again, very much like the field of lab medicine and radiology and pathology, what's happened over the past 20 years.
Thank you. Really interesting to hear your thoughts, Dr. Mahajan, about how innovation is evolving in the imaging space. Now, I'm going to come to my panel about a couple of things you've said and almost throw it as if this is a challenge, or what is the challenge here? What's holding things back if this is the potential? And how can the UK-India partnership work to solve some of those? Alexandra, you mentioned getting creative, and you mentioned a whole series of things that we should be and could be doing with genomics. So what's holding things back, and where can the UK-India joint work really solve that problem?
So I think one of the major challenges we have is we talked about how the cost of genomic sequencing has dropped. So it's much easier, much cheaper to generate large volumes of sequencing data. The question now is, what do you do with all that data? How do you analyze it? And how do you make it tell you something meaningful? And for that, to do that, you need to link genomic sequence data to other data about the patient. You need clinical notes, you need imaging data, you need that whole picture of the patient so that you can link it back to figure out what their genome is telling you about their health status. And so the challenge there is precisely that linkage point and getting all of those other types of data, and actually even genomic data, depending on the technology used to generate it, is going to be in different formats. And all this data sits in different formats and sometimes isn't even digitized. So it's that standardization piece and connectivity element that is the real challenge for us at the moment. And then, yeah, so how we are working with the UK-India partnership specifically. So, I mean, our team is engaged broadly with governments across the world, and obviously our local teams in India are working very hard with stakeholders there as well to see how IQVIA can support. I mean, we have the technology to help bring EMRs into hospitals. We have the technology to bring that EMR data into a platform that can be then ingested and build cohorts of patients. You can find those patients, place them into clinical trials. Our view is very much that, you know, we don't want to command and control everything from London. We want to empower our local teams to hold those relationships and build those relationships, but also to find the right local partners to help us deliver on some of these elements. You know, I mentioned earlier, we're working towards an end-to-end solution. Obviously, that solution has several gaps, and often, you know, they might be different depending on the country we're in. So it's really important for us to find the right partners locally who can complement those capabilities that we have and kind of provide a solution that works for the country.
Great. So there's a whole question about how do you create a comprehensive view of somebody's health, including but not just focusing on genomics data. Sumit, anything to add?
Yeah, just a couple of points to add. I mean, look, we have to recognize on the clinical pathways, the doctors are exceptionally busy, right? And they care about their patients. And then you add this new thing which has a new discovery every day. I mean, there is not enough bandwidth. So how do we make it easy for the clinician in the front line to be able to ingest that and move that forward into the clinical care? I think is a really critical factor. The other side is around, if you look at drug discovery, you know, that is now a very standard pathway. And what I see is that every pharmaceutical company in the world now, you know, there were some leaders, and you will know who the leaders are. They're used to integrating genomics and other omics data into their target discovery and taking it from a discovery to development process. And that's pretty well known. I mean, they spend $200 billion every year in R&D, and that's been a vanguard in terms of the adoption of genomics. And then, you know, creating those drugs has moved into, you know, has funded other opportunities which have been based on that data. So you look at UK Biobank, you look at Genomics England, that's what they've done, right? That's where the funding came, and that allowed researchers and others to have access to that incredibly useful resource to move that forward. The bit I would add on the India-UK partnership is, again, like in the past life, the thing which I enjoyed was the fact that we had a team in the campus of Sanger Institute in Wellcome Genome Campus. We had teams in India. And what you did was you combined the talent and the drive and the talent pool which existed in India with the talent pool here. Very simple example. I had people who were some of the leading people in genomics sitting, let's say, in the UK team or in Singapore, and they were able to train the young people who were coming out, who were driven. And what happens is when you have some really smart people who are driven, who have the right ethics, and you combine that with best in class, they know what best in class looks like. And they're able to adapt. And that's one element where you can build that partnership. The second, as someone said, is, you know, you can build IP here and in India, but then there's a big market in India which exists. And that plays a role in it. It's not easy. Right? There is always friction when you cut across boundaries. But the fact is, I mean, those are some of the opportunities which exist, and which is why it's a self-supportive and symbiotic relationship once you get through the initial setup and activation energy.
Thanks, Sumit. Professor Dasgupta, you were mentioning some of the sort of misinformation. You were mentioning some of the challenges around outcomes data being quite sort of quite lagging in a sense and achieving that more recently. What's your view about the UK-India partnership and where it can really play a role?
I think there are 3 places where it can play a role. And first, cost. Second, connectivity. And third, the role of artificial intelligence for training and surgical data science. So that's how I see it. Firstly, I think India now, in the last 10 years, after we went in with the Vattigutti Foundation, and before the pandemic, I was traveling about 8 times a year to train people and perform robotic surgery in different centers in India. The virus put paid to that. But we now have fantastic robotic surgeons in India. Fantastic. We can learn from them. It has to be a two-way street. It's not guiding in one direction. So that certainly is something in favor. The other is, I think the mindset changes when finally, after 20 years, there are competitors. There's not just a single market leader, there are competitors in the market. And I think that's going to bring costs down. And also the evidence. In 2020, for the first time, we published in JAMA that the cost of robotic surgery, the societal cost, is less than open surgery for most cancers. We didn't have the data to solve that. I used to go around saying it's cost ineffective. It is cost effective. This year, again in the same journal, we have published that it is cost effective even for a system like the NHS. India can learn from that, and the costs will come down. So the mindset of surgeons will change, saying, I can't operate on my patients, or I'll just do laparoscopic keyhole surgery because robotics is more expensive, is going to change. So that's the first thing. The second is connectivity. I think one of the things that happened forced by the last 2 years was being able to connect a surgeon remotely. When CMR, we did the first cases with the Cambridge robot, the only expert was in Italy. We didn't have anyone to show us anything. He couldn't fly. So I had him looking at my hands using a telecom system, again developed in King's, called Proximie. It's a global system. During the pandemic, we sent BT tablets into AIMS with a software called iTouchAway. So I think the connectivity issue is vital. We can't keep just flying across, increasing our carbon footprint. We should be able to connect remotely and train the next generation of surgeons. And the third is AI. There are movements, as you said, black box. There are movements of a surgeon, which we know connecting black boxes, which the human eye can't see, which translate into better patient outcomes. You won't believe this, but this is absolutely true, just published. Can we then teach the next generation of surgeons, robotic surgeons, how to replicate those movements? I think the traditional training of see one, do one, teach one is dead. We have a lot of data, and we need to use AI in this combination of India and UK to train the next generation and inspire the next generation of surgeons.
It's fascinating how you got around some of the challenges that you've described. Dr. Mahajan, you mentioned the word black box, and I think given that you are through Carpal.ai, you're looking at creating access to a whole range of solutions, how do you approach the question of quality or validation or assessing these to make sure that they do what they're saying they claim to do?
No, I'm so glad, one, the delay seems to be gone. Two, that you asked this question, because it's one of the problems of deep learning is this whole aspect of generalizability, right? What works at your hospital may not work at my hospital because you use a certain type of X-ray and I use a certain type of X-ray, and the AI was trained on, something completely different. So our approach to that is this concept of localized validation, which is nothing but performing extremely deep retrospective analysis for radiology data prior to the deployment of AI solutions in hospitals. The insight that it can lead you to is essentially to figure out that, hey, I have these 15 different AI applications. All of them do the same thing, essentially read mammograms or read chest X-rays, but in my ICU, in men, solution one works really well. In the outpatient, in women, solution 2 works really well, so on and so forth. So I can go down to what we call hyper-localized validation, where I can go down to patient level and figure out what is the best AI solution for that specific patient in that specific scanner, in that specific clinical scenario. Think of it almost as you would of an interview. Right, there may be somebody who's graduated in radiology from King's College. Doesn't mean you don't interview that candidate, right? Doesn't mean you don't try to find out what the limitations of that individual are, and doesn't mean you don't retrain or upskill that specific individual in fields that they may not be very good at. So that similar lens has to be applied on AI systems. And that's essentially what we're doing. We're building the interview mechanism for AI so that radiologists all over the world don't need data scientists to figure out which AI is best for them. They can do the interview themselves and build those insights. So of course, there are deeper nuances of explainability and other types of statistical analysis that one needs to consider. But from a broad level, you've got to figure out the constraints in which you can run an AI application, thereby maximizing the effect that you can have from it.
That's great to know. Just the level of detail in terms of the tailoring of which application to which scenario. Where do you think the UK-India collaboration can really play a role in that?
I think, the good thing about this, about the field of clinical automation, which is the field that we are in, essentially automating a doctor's job, is that no matter where you are in the world, the work of a doctor, or in our case, a radiologist, is essentially the same. And that's where UK and India can work together very, very well, because one, we have, extremely talented doctors in both countries. Second, which is where India might be able to help the UK a lot more, is just the diversity of data and the volume of data that we have available, which can be accessed by companies, by researchers in the UK, and building tools for both countries. And lastly, as Dr. Dasgupta also said, huge synergies around training. Right, it's already the British Institute of Radiology works very closely with the Indian Radiology Association, exchanging notes, exchanging thoughts on various subjects. So it's almost like it can be one team building for one population, and problems of cost and less number of doctors are the same in both the countries. So solutions on the clinical automation side can also be similar.
Thank you. Now we've got questions, we've got time for audience questions here. So yes, we've got a hand up over there, gentleman over there. Yes, and to echo Mr. Mehta, Dr. Mehta's comments earlier, please make your question as brief as possible and to the point. Yes.
Really interesting to hear about some of the science. Just so I can understand, how many patients are enrolled in clinical trials or research as a comparison between India and the UK? And I suspect, like burden of disease, there'll be differences. So what do you think it's going to look like in 5 years' time?
Should I take that?
Well,
do you want to take that?
No, you go first.
Well, one of the problems that we have on both sides is prospective data collection. Surgeons are notorious for saying they are the best. Notorious. And yet, it's true, I'm a surgeon. Yeah? And when you actually dig deep, they haven't critically looked at their data. The acid test, of course, is a randomized trial, but it's very difficult to do that for new technologies. A better way is the ideal principle, which has been brought on by Oxford Balliol College, now published in the Lancet many years ago. So you start with an idea, you then do phase 1 studies, then phase 2, and ultimately you do a randomized trial. The same problem is in India. They have large data sets, massive numbers of patients, many hundred times more than here. And yet, they do not know their outcomes. I think we need to wake up to the fact that we need to prospectively collect our data. It will not always be randomized trials, but we must follow the ideal principles, I feel. And I go around India and in the UK talking about this and trying to inspire people to do exactly that. Data is power. If we don't have our own data, then we cannot hand on heart tell our patients that we are doing a good job.
Alexandra.
Yeah, so I was just going to comment on clinical trials for advanced therapies or cell and gene therapies, which we obviously are closely involved with. And what we're trying to do is, obviously, the number of centers in the kind of traditional markets where these trials are placed are running out of capacity. There's so much innovation and research happening in this space that the centers that are enabled to deliver these types of therapy in Europe or the US are running out of capacity. And actually, there are trial sites in India that have those capabilities that are really well equipped to deliver on those trials. And so we're working really hard with our clients to try and get them to think a little bit differently and direct their trial investment into the sites that we have within our partner network in India, for instance.
Right. We're going to move to this gentleman up here, or down here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, I think it's good to see Sumit and Alexandra. I had a question for both of you. 18 years ago, there was an emergency conference held in Mumbai because of hypermetabolic syndrome, and Professor Barker was attending, and there was talk about cell programming. So because India, 50 years old, people were dying of diabetes, heart attack, and all that massive change. And it was clear in that conference that that course is already destined, and we believe in destiny cell programming. Now with genomic on board, with understanding of gene, are we able to change the course of that outcome of hypertension, diabetes, hypermetabolic syndrome in Asian population?
I'm happy to take that. Look, the answer to that is, I think there's increased awareness, but I think for some of the disease areas that you've described, I think there's still a lot of work to be done, because you're looking at the drivers and you're saying, look, is it genetic, is it epigenetic, is it related to microbiome and other aspects? And I think, so the good news is it's very promising, and it's heading in the right direction. And in specific areas, there have been pretty, beneficial breakthroughs, but there is work to be done.
The only thing I would add to that is perhaps that, the understanding of genetic risk factors for those types of disease has evolved a lot. So it's maybe not so much at this point about the actual treatments that have come from that to reverse disease, but actually to identify risk earlier so that patients can implement lifestyle changes, for instance, that will delay onset or, prevent it even.
So it's not going to take you off the hook for better lifestyle. It's just going to know you're at risk. You still got to do something about it.
Well, at least the good news is, the only thing I'll add is that, look, when at time of independence in 1947, the average life expectancy in India was about 32 years. 32. And now it's about 70, and it's going up. So that's, we will have to see the impact of the pandemic, but in general, I think the trend is in the right direction.
Time for one more question. I don't know. Choose one. Toss a coin.
Hi, I'm Naveen. I'm NHS England's clinical entrepreneur. I was a fellow and mentor. I'm part of UCL Partners Innovation Fellowship. My question is predominantly to, who is my hero, Prof. Dasgupta, and earlier Vibhur Mahajan. In terms of the solutions, what you have identified, is there a scale up in terms of reaching out to the masses in India? Because never been before, now there are almost 100,000 doctors graduating, either at the MBBS level or post-graduation level every year. And there is the bond attached to them, meaning that they will be working in the primary health centers for 1 to 2 years' time. So these solutions, particularly AI and the machine learning, or possibly even telehealth, I was the one. I worked in India, and I worked in a community health center where there's no resources, no seniors. You kind of make the decisions. How quickly these solutions, which could be implemented and impregnated. So the new breed of doctors, they can learn them and then provide data as well, which feeds into the systems. And make it easier for them and the patients they come across.
Can I just make one comment before Dr. Astaka comes in? We ran a pilot for over 2018 to 2021 in India to put an AI solution on a tablet in the hands of ASHA workers and ANMs to use standard treatment guidelines, Indian standard treatment guidelines, built into an AI solution. And I think it gave us a lot of valuable learning. In the last conference that we had, Lord Pryor was talking about the results of that. But it's a lot about, it doesn't have to be a doctor. If your AI is truly supportive and easy to use, it doesn't have to be used by doctors. Obviously, it depends on how much clinical intelligence you've built into it. But I think just to make that point, and that's where the scalability will truly increase. But I just want to hand that.
I completely agree. I mean, diabetic retinopathy, case in point whereby, the studies done from here and then implemented in Thailand and India, predicting cardiovascular events beforehand, doesn't need a doctor. So, but look, what you're asking is about a change in pedagogy, a change in curricula. That will take time. And I'm afraid good things come to those who wait. At King's, we introduced MBBS 2020. Around the same time, I was sitting on the board, still do, of AIMS, and they were discussing a change in the curriculum, bringing in all the elements that you so lucidly described, because they're not there today. A few years ago, I said to myself, I'm talking about surgical science. I need to do Google AI, teach myself, do a course in AI from the Oxford Side School. So I'm telling people, look, it's very easy to stand in front of an audience like this and say AI, AI, but do we really understand it? So that pedagogy needs to change at base level, and that will take time in India. It will also take time in UK, because we are just at the tip of the iceberg.
I'm just going to turn to, thank you, Dr. Asupta. We're just going to turn to Dr. Mahajan for the final word, and then we'll close the session. Is Dr. Mahajan online? Okay, maybe he has dropped off then. Oh.
There?
There he is. Yes, please do go ahead.
So just one quick thing on that note. There is this thing called the Tesler's theorem, which essentially states that AI is whatever machines can't do yet, and that means that we keep changing the definition of AI and setting a higher bar for AI itself with time. So, and the classical example of that, to the person who asked the question, is that today every primary physician everywhere on the planet is probably Googling drug reactions or drug interactions prior to prescribing medicines to their patients. We are all Googling stuff all the time, right? And Google search is the epitome of AI, right? There is no bigger AI system that exists on the planet today, but we don't think of it as AI because it's become part of our life. So with that, I would say that just the penetration of this stuff into our life is going to happen, and 5 years down the line we will still be thinking, we're waiting for AI because we'll just set a higher bar for it. That's just my 2 cents.
Thank you, Dr. Mahajan. Thank you to all my panelists for your wonderful thoughts. It certainly expanded my learning. I hope the audience felt the same. And I'm going to close this session and hand back to Shankar. Thanks again.
Thank you. Thank you, Madhukar, and thank you to all the panelists. That was a wonderful session and showed us how we're going to be treated in the future. So just quickly, I'd very quickly like to welcome Mr. Ghosh, who's the Deputy High Commissioner of India to the UK, who's joined us this afternoon. We were very grateful to have his presence here. We'll now take a very short tea, coffee break for about 10-15 minutes. So if you could be back here at 4:30, we'll have the final session. Thanks.
2. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request all of you to kindly take your seats. We would want to start the session now. May I request the session chair, Mr. Ravi Bhanot, to take over the proceedings. Thank you.
I haven't had the chance to meet anybody.
Yes.
Now I'm going to find all the people who are actually interested in this.
That's true.
issue.
The real one.
Finally, just have
Unless there's a joke in that, I'll say a joke after it. But Kai starts speaking like this and they find they're all dwindling. There's only one person left. And he says, I'm really pleased that you waited till the end. He goes, no, I'm waiting for you to leave so I can turn the lights off.
Okay.
It's going to be us then.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know it's been a long day and a lot of talks, but for the last session, but certainly not the least, I think probably the most important session of the day, because we're looking at holistic medicine, and I think if there's one thing the world needs to do more of is look at things in a more holistic manner and not just on the specific disease area or the specific gene. So I'll hand over now to Mr. Ravi Bhanot, who's the director of Cool Herbal Professional and who's a real pioneer in the Ayurveda space in the UK.
Lovely. Thank you very much indeed. Well done. You made it here after the lunch and tea break. And if I see your eyes shutting, I know he's only meditating. So thank you for coming. So first of all, thank you very much. 4th conference. Amazing, isn't it? So it's making progress. And today we've got a very interesting and exciting session. And the session is on how do you bring the holistic approach to healthcare. And this truly, what we've written here, India-UK healthcare, is what my story is about. Because I was always taught that let food be your medicine and medicine be your food. Isn't that what Hippocrates once said? And then we heard one of our speakers say today that it should be a change from reactive to progressive medicine. And can we make illness an option? And then there was a silence. Everyone's wondering, how can that be? But that is what we should really be thinking about, outside the box. So we'd like to welcome some very eminent speakers. First of all, Professor Helen Lambert, who's sitting here at the front. Professor Lambert, if you'd like to have a sit down. Professor Lambert is Professor of Medical Anthropology at the Bristol Medical School, and she's got a vast experience. She's worked in India, and she's involved in a number of different things which you're going to find out about. We also have with us Professor Mala Rao, if you'd like to come forward, Senior Clinic Fellow, Department of Primary Care and Public Health at the Imperial College of London. And we have 2 people from India who are going to be coming live. One is Dr. Sudham Gadi, who is a Health Commissioner, Government of Madhya Pradesh. Welcome. And we have Mr. Arvind Vachaswi, who is the Managing Director of Sri Sri Tattva. Welcome. So, without further ado, we are going to have a sit down and have a very interesting session. So, welcome, ladies. So, what makes this particularly interesting is that, I'll tell you my story. My story was that I studied in the UK, and I was a pharmacist. And we had pharmacies doing really well, very happy. But what we soon found out, which we didn't really realize, was that pharmacy and medicine generally has become more pill pushing. If you're not well, take this tablet. If you're not feeling up to it, maybe some paracetamol or maybe just resting, and that was it. And then Boots the chemist came to us. They wanted to buy our pharmacies, and we thought maybe this is a message from God to doing something different. And at the same time, my dad was suffering from arthritis, so I went to Kerala to see the treatment he was having, and I was really impressed with the results he was having from Ayurveda. And I thought, isn't this what we should be doing in the UK? More prevention, more looking at what's causing the problem. If I was to ask you, how do you get to Manchester? First you have to think, right? How do I get to Manchester? Then you find a route.
Yes? Yes or no? So everything happens twice, right? First in our mind, then in reality. So if we can work on the mind first, could we not reduce the drugs budget for the NHS? Could we not be having better health? Yes or no? Yeah. So this is the focus. So the two questions being posed is, can yoga and Ayurveda be more integrated into the NHS care pathways in order to help provide patients a more holistic care? That's question number one that we're going to pose to our panelists. And number two is, how can India raise the awareness of traditional systems of medicine in the UK and globally? So, Helen, if I can hand over the mic to you first, perhaps you can give us your thoughts, what work you do, and how you think would be the way forward with respect to these two questions.
Thank you very much, and I'm very grateful to have been invited, and thanks to the High Commission for the invitation. It's also lovely to be involved in one aspect of the UK-India roadmap, because I am a member of the UK-India Advisory Council, led by our Minister for South Asia from the Commonwealth, Lord Ahmed. So I thought I'd just start by reflecting on the fact that at the University of Bristol, in our medical school, in the first year of the MB-CHB degree, we have a course called Foundations of Medicine, and one of the lectures, which is one I give, is on medical pluralism. And I always use India as an exemplar of medical pluralism, which is the coexistence of diverse medical traditions, because there is such an incredible diversity and range of traditions there. And we tend to make a distinction between traditional medicine as what's practiced in the place where it originated, and what's become known in the UK as CAM, as I'm sure you're aware, complementary and alternative medicine. And essentially the only difference between those is CAM is what tends to get used when a tradition is imported to a new place. But I think there's a need to disaggregate, because actually both of these terms only are meaningful as units when you compare them with biomedicine. They're also in themselves very diverse, and we just had a chat immediately before the session about what Ayush means. And one of the interesting things about the Ministry of Ayush is that among the, I think, 8, 9 or so medical traditions that includes Ayurveda, yoga, naturopathy, Unani, Siddha, and homeopathy, there are 2 which are actually not indigenous, they're imported. So both naturopathy and homeopathy originated in Europe. So it's a very eclectic mix of interesting and diverse traditions, and I just wanted to make that point because I think we need to make sure that we're aware of both the diversity and the different kinds of issues that they can variously address. And Ayurveda, of course, is one of those that's renowned for the treatment of chronic conditions, for instance, and yoga for maintaining wellness, and is increasingly popular in the UK. The second point, and I'm just making 4 points, is that I like to think of Ayurveda more specifically as there's Ayurveda with a capital A, which is sort of the accredited form of Ayurveda that you would learn if you go to take a degree in Ayurvedic medicine in a medical college, certified by the ministry, versus Ayurveda with a small a, which is more like everyday practice. And the forms of indigenous knowledge, not just of plants, but more importantly, I think, of the underlying conceptual principles about eating and drinking and living in accordance with your environment, with the season, with the climate, and as Ravi already said, food as medicine in a way. And this is something which generally in South Asia and in India in particular, is embedded within people's ordinary understandings of the world. And that's something that I think is going to be very important going forward, and we could learn a great deal from in the UK. So not just the formal therapeutic system, but the underlying understandings. That brings me to the third point, which is to try to just remind you of the distinction between medicine and medicines. one of the less favourable aspects of what tends to happen when different medicine moves from one place to another is that it tends to get reduced just to the substances. And I'm sure that's extremely important from a trade point of view. But the focus then tends to become very much on the issues of pharmacological safety and efficacy and regulatory standards. Whereas, of course, as those of you distinguished audience know who are familiar with Ayurveda, it's important to preserve the principles of therapeutic practice. And of course, that's one of the reasons why, in terms of standards and proof of effectiveness, it's problematic, because any complementary alternative therapy, including Ayurveda, tends to be difficult to use in a randomized controlled trial precisely because of the fact that the medicine is generally tailored to the individual. So if you just take the drug and give the drug to everybody, regardless, as is done in biomedicine, you're not actually fully testing how Ayurveda works. But there are clever methodological ways in which one can get around this, and there are very interesting activities already going on. And I'm sure the recent announcement of the WHO Collaborating Centre, which will be based in Jamnagar, will be helpful in bringing forward those kind of work. And I think that's another area in which the UK and India could cooperate very successfully, which is in using some of our public health and epidemiological expertise around evidence synthesis, methodological systematic reviewing of the many, many trials that have already been done in India, but often rather small trials, to try to provide more evidence through meta-analysis. My final point, because this is actually something when I don't work on traditional medicine, I'm mainly working on antimicrobial resistance, and we've already heard a lot about that today, is about the role of traditional medicine in avoiding the use of antibiotics. As Ravi already mentioned, antibiotics have become a quick fix and are used for anything and everything, including over the counter, and that is a huge problem in India. And there's, I think, an enormous role for strengthening the use of Ayurveda and other traditional forms of medicine to enable people to gain therapy, regain wellness without the use of unnecessary antibiotics. So I'll stop there, thank you.
Lovely, that's great, Helen. Anyone got a question? One quick question, and then we can move on. If we have a Q&A at the end. Hang on, the mic's coming over to you, and then is it going to be a question, yes?
Yes.
Okay.
The question is, in case, imagine if we complete a phase 3 clinical trial, a randomized double-blind placebo-controlled trial on an innovative drug based on the principles of Ayurveda, we still wouldn't get the support of the government because it is considered traditional medicine, even though sometimes, it probably is safer. How do we tackle the issue of the science not being recognized just because it is not mainstream or the government doesn't recognize it? So for example, if you Google Ayurveda, Wikipedia says it's pseudoscience, and that is unfair and uncalled for, but how do we, again, that is misinformation, but how do we tackle the misinformation that has become mainstream?
Yeah, good question. Helen? And
I think that's partly why I was alluding to the need to disaggregate different types of traditional medicine, because there has been a lumping together of all forms of medicine. And for those who are skeptical, homeopathy, as it were, has sort of carried the flag for all other kinds of complementary and alternative medicine in ways which are unhelpful for those forms of medicine like Ayurveda or Unani or Siddha, which are actually based more on allopathic principles. I'm not sure, though, I agree with you that if you show effectiveness from a phase 2 clinical trial, you wouldn't be allowed to use the medicine. I think it's rather the other way around, that if there's that if one can demonstrate effectiveness, then the inherent barriers, regulatory barriers, would be re-examined. I don't think there's necessarily a principle that because it's not biomedicine, it can't be used. And you have to break down those prejudices by developing the kind of evidence that we need to demonstrate effectiveness.
Thank you. Yeah, we've just finished phase 3 clinical trials. It's actually currently being reviewed by the MHRA as we speak. So within four months' time, I'm expecting us to get the marketing authorization. So watch this space.
That's really great. This is why this sort of conference is so important, because it's time for to interact with other people and get to see what's going on. So that's brilliant. Just from our own perspective, also 5 books on Ayurveda, and this was a problem we had. How do we bring Ayurveda to the mainstream? And we found the easier route was through therapists, which is the, as Helen said, maybe the small a rather than the large A. So in terms of treatments, massages, beauty therapies, some health-related ones. At the moment, we're doing research on slimming at the moment, an Ayurvedic program. So these are sort of ways you can at least use Ayurveda. But certainly in terms of the herbs and which ones we can use, there is limitations. That's something we're working on.
Thank you.
So we now have Professor Mala Rao. Mala is a Senior Clinical Fellow, Department of Primary Care and Public Health at the Imperial College. Mala, over to you.
Thank you very much. You know, when Ramesh Bhai phoned me and said, you know, I'm putting you, you know, the program's going to put you on this panel, I sort of wondered why, because unlike Helen, I'm not an expert on the whole area of complementary therapies, alternative medicine, or whatever, traditional medicine, whatever you wish to call it. But then it occurred to me that perhaps there is a place for those of us who are not experts in this, but as a public health physician, as a promoter of evidence-based care and standardized care guidelines and care pathways, perhaps there is a role for several kinds of views to be expressed in this discussion. So I'd like to begin by saying 2 or 3 things about myself. One is I greatly believe in traditional medicine. So that there are some things I absolutely believe in. I believe yoga has its own merits. I hugely respect those who can, you know, who are experts in things like yoga. And I do respect these forms of therapy. But I also want to point out that, you know, until about 2 decades ago, I was a director of public health. In the height of the purchaser-provider split in this country when it had first come in, and where the director of public health was the person who had to make all the decisions about funding requests for treatment that were received by the health authority. And I would regularly receive requests for things, for example, drugs for ovarian cancer, which had been trialed in, let's say, South Africa, but hadn't yet completed their trials in Britain, but where a patient in our health authority area might have had advanced ovarian cancer and was asking whether she could have that drug because she was aware that it was already available for treatment some other part of the world. So that's a very difficult decision to make. But the other sort of request would be, quite regularly, you must send me to the Dead Sea because Dead Sea salts are good for my psoriasis, or something of that kind. And in all of these cases, it required, and this was the pre-NICE era, you might all know about the National Institute for Clinical Excellence, which is the body that decides on treatments which will be recommended for use and in what circumstances in this country now. But this was pre-2000, and so I actually had a team that was perpetually looking into drugs and therapies, to then decide whether £20,000 to offer some kind of traditional treatment or an alternative treatment to somebody was a better spent than £20,000, which at that time might have bought us 5 cataract surgeries. So these were the kinds of decisions that were having to be made, which brought in an amazing level of moral and ethical and professional judgments and health authority groups that they brought together to make these sorts of decisions with me chairing them. So it brought back these memories. And so these are, in our posing that question, can yoga and Ayurveda be more integrated into NHS care pathways in order to help provide patients more holistic care? I mean, at one level, you might say, well, if it truly is more holistic care, then perhaps yes. But on the other, the NHS is a free at the point of care, tax-funded service. It has certain obligations to ensure that everything that's provided is evidence-based. So again, that discussion that we've just had is extremely important, that on the one hand, we omit nothing which has been demonstrated to have evidence of benefit, but at the same time, question very, very carefully whether public funding could be used to advocate for something where that evidence doesn't exist. And in saying that, I actually was preparing for today's discussion, and I was very interested to see that on a Harvard Medical School highlight, it talked about yoga and said that there is good research that yoga may help manage stress, improve mood, curb stress-related eating, and create a community of support. And it helps burn calories better, improves muscle mass, reduces joint pain, which actually means that people can exercise more, and promotes healthier eating as a consequence. And there is some evidence of benefit in cardiorespiratory disease and in lowering blood pressure for people with hypertension and so on and so forth. So, if that is the case, then we should study all this much more. Study how the introduction of yoga, and at what ages. There's also the issue of whether you can take a 60-year-old overweight person with cardiorespiratory problems and put them on a yoga regime. Is it actually practicable? So there are issues of having to study under what circumstances yoga might help. Because it's given the levels of obesity and overweight, it's very tempting to take something like yoga, which is holistic, which is non-invasive, and likely to have far fewer side effects, maybe some aches and pains when you first start doing it if you've never done it before. I think this is important, but we don't do enough of it. We don't study these enough. I don't know whether Helen is aware of a whole raft of studies that are being funded either here or in India, but I think they should be. This should be a justifiable stream for collecting evidence of effectiveness. So, and the point about Ayurveda is that it is less thoroughly studied, as I understand it, both in the West and in India. And in the US, I understand it's actually regulated as a dietary supplement rather than even as a medicine. So these things need to change. And we know that other therapies such as mindfulness are being they've been introduced. And during COVID, mindfulness and meditation, and there were so many other techniques which were encouraged as a means of coping with isolation and loneliness. There are there is one other thing I wanted to mention, and that is about who would yoga benefit. We're beginning to discover that even some health promoting advice, such as eat healthily, when you look at it, it's actually more expensive to eat healthily. So can the poor benefit from when you just give this casual advice about eat brown bread and eat this and eat that? So in that, along those lines, who in India would benefit from yoga? And if yoga does all these things and it helps diabetes and high blood pressure, I don't know that it does, but if we believe it does, even so, we need to ask, can you ask a very marginalized, excluded, the poorest of the poor to do yoga? Is that practicable? So if we segment our population and look at those that are most likely to suffer some non-communicable diseases and are most likely to die from it, from lack of treatment, then are some of these treatments we are suggesting most likely to be taken up by those populations. So there are some other issues, such as if you superimpose socioeconomic inequalities onto your hypotheses of what treatments might work, with using those lens, do things look different? So I think this so in conclusion, we need to study these things very, very carefully, and if found to be effective, in what conditions and in what particular populations, and then that's how we would be in a position to comfortably recommend them as evidence-based treatments that could be offered both in India and in the UK.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any question? Just one simple question before we move on to the next speaker? Yes. Do you want a mic? It's just coming over.
I can speak louder.
Okay.
When you talk about yoga, is it better to almost look at it as a public health intervention rather than a therapy in response to acute conditions?
Yeah, Madhuka, I would suggest yes. It's like the advice that contact with nature is extremely good for emotional well-being. There is good evidence of that. It's free to go and take a walk in a park rather than sit in a room and with children. It's something that the Royal College of Psychiatrists, I think Subodh is no longer here, but if you look at their website, it actually advises that this is a very good thing to be doing. And in that same way, parks, if you go to places like Cambodia and so on, you see people just in plazas in the main in the cities, just everybody getting together and doing exercise there, and there's something nice about it. And that whole thing of where it says create a community of support. So I think it would be very good to advise it, because that then does not impose it as a care pathway, as part of a care pathway. I think that would be an easier thing to do than actually include it in a formal care pathway for the treatment of a disease, because there you also need to be clear that if the disease could have life-threatening consequences, if not treated with the treatments we currently offer, then would yoga or an Ayurvedic drug give you the same safety? That's something that would have to be studied.
Just giving you some background. Before 2015, yoga was very much all over the place. But since, through the efforts of Modi ji, we've got the International Day of Yoga, which started 2015, and every year the Indian High Commission have been really pushy, making sure it happens in the UK, and it's been getting bigger and bigger and better, I should say. And with that, there's been a lot more interest, and I'll just let you know about one research done here, which was by the West London CCG, commissioned the Yoga in Healthcare Alliance, which is the YIHA. That's a new APPG that's been created just for yoga, to create a 10-week yoga social prescribing course evaluated by the University of Westminster with very promising psychosocial changes and reduction of healthcare usage, and has been taught in hundreds of teachers to deliver this across the UK. So we're getting there. Well, next step is to have enough yoga teachers of that level, same standard. Once we have that, and we are working towards it, I think we'll be seeing yoga on the NHS very shortly. Okay, moving on. We are going to push on. So our third speaker is Mr. Arvind Vachaswi, Managing Director of Shri Shri Tatvi. Can you hear us, Arvindji?
Yes, very much, Mr. Ravi. I hope you can hear me too.
Yes, indeed. So, the two questions we have, what's your take on the two questions, please?
Thank you very much, Ravi. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you. First of all, I'd like to pay my thanks to the Indian High Commission for inviting me on this set of speakers and also share the stage here today. Mr. Ravi Banot, School Herbals professional, Professor Helen Lambert, Professor and Dr. Sudham Khade. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you. Listening to these speakers previously, what I really have to contribute over here is that whether yoga and Ayurveda can be a part of the care pathways in order to help provide patients for more. I feel that this is really possible because if you've seen that whether it's yoga or Ayurveda, Ayurveda has been a system of medicine that's been here in this part of the world for more than 5,000 years. We've seen it stand the test of time. And even especially during the COVID times, we've seen that how the entire Ayurveda and also the Ayur systems have proven to be a great support when it comes to fighting and combating. From Shri Shri Tattva, from organization, we've seen that we did a whole lot of clinical trials, and one of our medicines, even during the COVID-19 pandemic, was repurposed as as a COVID-19 medicine for mild to moderate COVID-19 patients. And the aspect of yoga being relevant in that the aspect of mental was a very, very important part that what the entire world suffered from, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic. And yoga and meditation have really been these avenues by which that how people could really get rid of their stresses that what they were experiencing during the COVID-19 pandemic. The Art of Living, which is inspired by Gurudev Sri Sri Ravi Shankar, had meditations every day whereby more than 4 million people would come and meditate with him online every day. And this really proved a great when it comes to the aspect of mental health. So we've seen that there are so many solutions that what yoga and meditation can give that perhaps the entire world of mental health, which was ignored, perhaps all these decades, really found its importance when the COVID-19 pandemic and everybody realized the importance of mental health. Coming to the science of Ayurveda, we've seen that the of Dinacharya, I see Professor over here also mentioned that, saying that there's an aspect of how to eat, when to eat, how to eat, and also during these. Now, if this were to be implemented with regards to preventive healthcare, I would see that hospitals per se might see people coming in there sick, because in case if we were able to bring across a healthy lifestyle to people at an early age, I'm sure that people would benefit from this in the long term. So there are that what I would like to make a mention of, that is preventive healthcare and also lifestyle disorders, other when it comes to accidental and critical care health. When it comes to accidental and care, there's nothing to beat the allopathic system, but when it comes to lifestyle disorders and also perhaps answers that what the allopathic systems definitely do. The pandemic has also taught us that not any one particular system of medicine that would really help a person to them at that particular point in time. Whether they would require an Ayurveda intervention, whether they would require a Siddha intervention, or whether they would require an allopathic intervention. And we best leave it also to the consumer to decide as to which form of healthcare would they like to implement in their life at what point in time. But definitely when it comes to healthcare and critical care, there's nothing to beat allopathy here. Having said that, I'm also very happy to note that Professor Mala quoted a Harvard review about yoga and also the aspect of meditation. So there have been many such papers that have been about the Art of Living's meditation program and Sudarshan Kriya, and how it helps in terms of positive affinity towards people, and also reduces the baseline of the stress of one particular individual. These are researches that are very welcome, and we would really encourage more people to come into the aspect of research in these fields. Yes, you would require new research and things that might be relevant. I'm sure that perhaps the entire Ayush industry and also the entire sector per se might be the youngest, although it is the oldest in a particular way. The Ayush sector, for the very first time, got its own ministry here in India. What does this really mean? That for an entire system...
In the next 30 seconds, sorry, we are running out of time. Thank you.
Yes. So I was wrapping up. Thank you very much, Ravi. So as what I was mentioning to you, that this prejudice that was there against this entire science over the last 30, 40 years, I think has really become a lot less right now, because the COVID-19 pandemic has also shown that all systems of medicine, when they come together, they could prove to be a solution for what the person at a particular point in time. Thank you very much.
Lovely, thank you. What we'll do, we'll leave the Q&A at the end. If we can bring in Mr. Sudam Gadi, if we can get hold of him, the Health Commissioner, Government of Madhya Pradesh. Dr. Sudam.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Thank you so much and good evening to everyone, and thanks for my colleagues because they have already discussed the important facets of the two topics today were given for panelists. Regarding, I will directly come to the practitioner's view, what is happening in India now, so that we can draw some parallels for UK also. Regarding the first question which I put before the panelist, whether we can integrate this with the NHS care pathways. Let me tell you, I'm an allopathic doctor and working in the government service as an Ayush officer. But we have integrated Ayush wing, which is fully dedicated for Ayush therapy. And integrated means it is already integrated with our existing system and almost a parallel system for allopathy. And right from ministry till the lowest functionary of our health system in the government, that is sub-health center, which caters around 5,000 population. And above that, there is primary health care center also. We have specialized doctors and one post also created for the Ayush. Another thing is, recently we have established health and wellness centers. As somebody already told, illness is now an option rather than it's imperative for everyone. These health and wellness centers primarily talk about not only the traditional curative therapy, but apart from vaccination, but it's basically preventing the diseases and promote the health. For that, most important component even at lowest unit of our health system at village level is yoga. Alternative therapies available through the medicines which are part of our institutions also, that has been taken care of, and you'll come to know that India has established around 1 lakh such wellness centers. And most important thing is most of our travel, especially I belong to Madhya Pradesh, most of the travel centers and tourist points are now equipped with wellness centers. People are now seeking this health-seeking behavior as a wellness behavior. Probably this is the sea change. And during COVID, especially in our state, two things happened. People and also state promoted and distributed the kadas, that is combination of already tested some molecules of the Ayurveda, and people helped out of that. We started on a project of Yog Se Nirog, that is preventing the ill health through the yoga. And especially the home isolated people, we connected thanks to the technology through the yoga teachers, which are available in many places in their districts or talukas and small places. And many times we put through the television channels so that people not only physically but psychologically also get help of this. Once we say that different pathies, allopathy and all that, I think the focus should be the person or patient, because he should have a choice as a right what to seek the behavior of the health. And in that case, when we focus about the treatment, holistic treatment of any person, the choice should be given to the person, number one thing. Number two, most of the modalities apart from surgery and critical care, we mostly emphasize upon the drugs, food habits, and of course wellness activities. And without Ayurveda and traditional alternative medicines, we can't go with wellness things, because Uttar Pradesh as well as India is going towards now wellness type of the things, preventing and non-communicable diseases. Of course, as a burden of India itself has shifted from communicable diseases to the non-communicable diseases, and since it has been already tested in India, and as we know, there are 8 main branches of Ayurveda. Like
Salamji, sorry, we do need to wrap up. If you next 30 seconds, please. Sorry, we're just running out of time.
Sure.
Thank you.
Another is, as already discussed by one of my panelists, the foundation stone of WHO Global Center for the Traditional Medicine in Jamnagar is in itself talks more about making this the world to talk about the integration of the system and acceptance, because none other than the DG Dr. Tedros has said, the WHO Global Center for the Traditional Medicine is truly a global project. Through this center, India will be able to take its knowledge of traditional medicine to the worldwide. Similarly, the world will also come to India, because if you have to see what actually integration one is, you have to visit India and also know what it is. And I don't want to talk more about the yoga because it has World Yoga Day, it is coming up. And but 2 points I want to do.
No, if we can end there. 30 seconds are up. It's just that we're running out of time rapidly.
Sure. There's 2 points only. One point is, since there is antimicrobial resistance all over the world, and probably Ayurveda will give some insight into this. Another thing is, it is one of the most cost-effective things as compared to the different pathies, and since it affects the nurture, probably it has a major role in long-term wellness of the people.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much indeed. We've got time for maybe 1 or maybe 2 questions, but they can be short questions and there'll be hopefully short answers. There's a mic coming over here. Lovely.
Thank you. So actually, according to me, for the globalization of Ayurveda, what I was thinking, an international collaboration for research will be the step. So what I did, I took the first step. I came to the UK. I am an Ayurvedic doctor. I came to the UK and studied Master of Clinical Research. And then after that, I proposed a project including the Ayurvedic medicine. And then I proposed it for a PhD project, which got selected. So I got selected like since 6 months. I am looking for a funding, and I haven't got it. So how should we tackle such problems? Like we have organized everything, we have a study, but we don't have funds. So even if people like me want to take steps, but like we don't get much support.
Okay. Very important question. Perhaps afterwards we could just share. We have an Ayurvedic group, and perhaps that question could be one that we could pose there, if that's okay with you. We are really rapidly running out of time.
Can I just make one point, that the Indian Council for Medical Research really needs to take this up. So, I think since this is a Government of India supported event, I think it's a point we need to make here. Would the Indian Council for Medical Research take up these sorts of issues. That's it. Thank you.
I can see that we are rapidly out of time. I just want to conclude. I think it's great to come to conferences, but unless you actually implement what you have learned, what you've heard, they're great. You go home and say they were a great conference, but what did we learn? What are we able to put in practice? And I'll say what we've heard today is, number one, research between India and UK in yoga and Ayurveda could be more shared. Number two, more research in this country is crucial. And for this, we really need to connect with the people in the yoga and Ayurveda fraternity so we can all work together, including things like funding. And thirdly, could perhaps an Ayush clinic start in the UK, a centre of excellence for research and implementation of the Ayush therapies? Yes? Great. Thank you very much. And thank you to all our lovely panelists. You were all brilliant. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. That was an excellent session, and I think really wrapped up the day very well, looking at all aspects of human health and, of course, encompassing a lot of the things we talked about during the day. And thank you to all the panelists, all the speakers, and, of course, all of the attendees. I think it's been a very successful day, very interesting day, lots of diverse discussion topics, but I think they all had a common thread. And I think there is really, what came through was there's so much opportunity for collaboration between India and the UK, and hopefully as a takeaway from this there's some concrete next steps that have come up. I know the High Commission and the organizing team is going to be preparing a report, and then hopefully we can continue to have this dialogue, and well, hopefully we'll see you all next year for the next India-UK Healthcare Conference. So thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of your evening.